Hello and welcome to the UT Energy Week 2021. The theme for this year's conference is Energy Transition, Agents of Change, Changing Agents. We have over 850 participants that will join over the next 2 days. Many thanks to everyone from across the US and the world for taking the time to join in on an important set of discussions. The energy transition, which is achieving a sustainable and just global energy system, is already underway, and efforts to reach to net zero globally by 2050 will require an unprecedented rate and scale of change to our energy infrastructure in a way that will profoundly rewrite global socioeconomics. Over the last decade, many business, government, and community leaders and organizations, the agents of change, if you will, have initiated and led this ongoing transformation. And in turn, their own views, priorities, commitments, and determination to go down this unprecedented journey have evolved and are continuously shaped by global changes in health, politics, technology, and civic engagement. If we can bring the first slide up. In the discussions at Energy Week 2021, over the next 2 days, we will explore and learn more about the intertwined dynamics of how leaders and organizations in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors balance the complex suite of pulls and pushes to position their organizations and communities to not only lead in the energy transition, but also become more equitable and resilient in the process. The slide that you're seeing is actually from the event last year. Normally, UT Energy Week is an outstanding in-person gathering of leading thinkers, decision makers, entrepreneurs, and most importantly, hundreds of students from UT and other universities. We were fortunate last year to be able to meet in person, and hopefully, we will be able to regroup in person again in 2022. In the meantime, all the discussions this year are virtual, but we hope that you will find the content and discussion of equally great quality in a way that will challenge your understanding and spark new ideas. Next slide, please. As we begin our discussions, let me first point out that deep decarbonization is not an option, it is a necessity. And it boils down to global emissions of greenhouse gases going down to net zero by 2050. There are many models out there that can give you a sense of the scale and scope involved. Recently, we at UT Austin built an online dashboard that anyone can work with to explore their own vision for the future of the energy system. But no matter which tool or model you use, one thing is common. The scale, scope, and rapidity of the necessary changes are unprecedented, all-encompassing, and truly daunting. It's a necessary change, but a difficult one. It's important to acknowledge that. Success in addressing this global challenge will require coordination and alignment across markets, governments, and cultures. That's a theme we want to explore at this conference. How is that alignment and coordination happening, and how to make it more effective, efficient, and fast? Next slide, please. The type of energy transition we are talking about involves shifts in patterns of energy use in the entire society. It is very large in scale and scope. Over the last 10 to 15 years, scholars have made great progress in understanding the drivers of energy transition, challenges involved with them, and interventions that can accelerate them. In our first panel after these opening remarks, we will hear more about what's really entailed in energy transitions and what do we know from the past. Next slide. One thing we do know from the past energy transitions is that larger the scope of change, the longer it takes. And that's partly because there are a diverse set of actors and institutions involved. Many of them have competing ideas, and there's lots of inertia in the system. There is need for integration with other parts of the system as well. We will spend a lot of time over the next 2 days understanding where these diverse set of actors and institutions are coming from and how they're interacting as competitors and as collaborators to fast forward the ongoing energy transition. Next slide. One thing that is going to be involved is deploying technology and infrastructure very rapidly and at very large scale. We have already talked about that. With careful design and coordination, it is possible to do so. But without that, it is also possible to screw it up in a way that isn't efficient or effective. In particular, if policy, regulatory, and technological uncertainties are not resolved in sync, costs of capital-intensive technologies may not automatically come down with larger scale. And there is precedence in history about this, where in times costs have actually gone up and not down. So the normal learning by doing and experience curve experiences were actually different in certain parts of the energy system during certain parts of the history. We will hear from industry leaders in both energy and finance sectors about what we need to do to avoid these critical mistakes. Next slide. Clearly, it's not just about technologies and policies. This is going to be a deep change, and that involves transformed social norms, public engagement, and public participation, which all become very, very critical. Transitions as deep as we are talking about, they cannot be sustained without broad social buy-in and support. At this conference, we will discuss how to go about achieving such broad social support. It is very important and something we all, when we discuss these issues, we start focusing on the technologies and the technological pathways and investments. It is also very important to keep in mind that we are talking about multi-decadal, long-term, deep shift, and our people, societies, communities need to understand what it is entailed and need to be firmly behind it in order for us to sustain it. So we'll spend a lot of time thinking about that. Next slide. In this vein, I would like to draw your attention to the National Academy's Committee on Accelerating Decarbonization of the US Energy System. This committee, which I am a member of, released first of its 2 reports earlier this year. You can download it from the link provided on this slide. In my view, one of the most distinguishing facets of this committee's work and of the report is that social and policy aspects of the transition are front and center and not an afterthought. It focuses very importantly on technologies and technological pathways, economics, and timelines, but it also focuses very, very importantly on the social aspects and how do we bring in our people in the discussion, at the center of it, rather. Next slide, please. In particular, the report heavily underscores that decarbonization policies must ensure a fair and equitable transition with public participation in decision-making, emphasizing both processes and outcomes of the clean energy transition, and asking that the diverse communities with a stake in this transition be treated fairly and equitably. It becomes so important. Otherwise, with political and investment cycles of 4, 5, 10 years, it is not going to be possible to sustain something this deep, this long, and across the world. So it's a very important set of work, and I do invite you to please take a look. If we go to the next slide, as you can see, this committee is very broad. It's led by Stephen Pacala of Princeton University. And many of the leaders in this committee actually focus on social injustice issues, and we'll have the opportunity to hear from several of them over the next 2 days. Next slide. I am thrilled to be leading the UT Energy Institute during this very important juncture in the history of energy. We at UT are taking a multifaceted, integrated approach to fueling a sustainable energy transition. The depth and breadth of research and innovation of our faculty and researchers enable UT to take a very balanced view of the global energy system. I have been at UT almost 11 years now, and I've spent time, in many other parts of this country and the world. And the range and understanding of energy issues and the acknowledgement that the complexities that are involved is really very unique, and it's really amazing to be at a discussion where people are understanding of of different viewpoints. And I get to see that, experience that on a daily, on a weekly basis here, and I really appreciate that. And we need more of that, where for these types of changes at the scale, it cannot be this side of the spectrum of that or that side of the spectrum, rather coming together and really solving the issues together as one. I invite you to visit our website and explore our various initiatives, collaborative and pioneering projects, and important discussions on difficult but critical issues. We have lots of different material, reports, lots of videos, slides, just name it, it's all there on the resource. So please do come and visit our website. Next slide. Before we head into our first panel, I will just say how thrilled we are to be presenting to you an extraordinary set of speakers from across the spectrum of the energy world. I am fortunate to know all the speakers personally, and I know how much thought and effort they put on every single day in their own work, in their own organizations. But I also know that they don't always agree with each other. But that's the purpose of this conference, to bring these diverse voices in a respectful and open-minded setting, to offer an integrated picture of the state of the energy system today and how we can shape the ongoing clean energy transition as we move forward. Lastly, I strongly encourage you to drop in at the Student Research Poster Competition this evening starting at 5 p.m. US Central Time. The competition is run by the Longhorn Energy Club and includes participation by students across different disciplines. And something I would like to just point out that right after this, we'll get into 2 panel discussions back to back. And after that, there is a half-an-hour break. And then we'll come back again today for 2 more panel discussions. So a total of 4 panel discussions today. At the end of those panel discussions, we will have the student poster session also this evening, as I mentioned. And then tomorrow morning, we actually start at 9:30 US Central. We have a longer panel, that's the beginning panel in the morning. That's about the energy leadership in unprecedented times. That's a 90-minute panel, after which we have an hour-long break. And then we come back for the final 2 panels tomorrow morning. So those will be on financing the transition, basically how not to break the bank. And then the last panel will be on philanthropy. And then we'll wrap up. So just please take note of some of the timings and durations of the break. It's not consistent across the both days, and that's the reason I did want to point that out to you. With that, I welcome you all once again to UT Energy Week 2021. I really hope you enjoyed the discussions and take back some thoughts and ideas that you will put in your own work, and together we can hopefully make this transition both successful, but then in also a very fair, just, and equitable manner, and in a timely fashion, which is very important. So with that, let's head into the first panel on energy transition, past, present, and future.
Welcome, everyone, to the first panel of UT Energy Week 2021, Energy Transition, Past, Present, and Future. In this panel, we'll have 3 academic experts discuss the context of the energy transitions, defining it. What does it mean when someone says there's an energy transition going on or has happened in the past? So how do people think about defining an energy transition? How do we think about it going forward into the future in a low carbon context? And how do we put it in the context of historical changes and different events in which people might have perceived a past energy transition. So with that said, I will now start to introduce our three panelists. First, we have Benjamin Sovacool. He's a professor in energy policy at the Science Policy Research Unit at the University of Sussex Business School in England. Professor Sovacool works as a researcher and consultant on issues pertaining to global energy policy and politics, energy security, energy justice, climate change mitigation, and climate change adaptation. His findings have advised US presidents, and he's a lead author on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's 6th Assessment Report. So welcome to Benjamin. The next person who will speak on our panel is Sonia Carley. Sonia is professor at the O'Neill School of Public and Environmental Affairs at Indiana University. Professor Carley's research focuses on policy and other efforts aimed at advancing the innovation of low carbon and energy efficient technologies in both the electricity and transportation sectors. As a member of the Indiana University faculty since 2010, Professor Carley teaches courses on energy economics, markets, and policy. And finally, the third panelist is Aldo Flores. Aldo is a visiting professor here at the University of Texas LBJ School of Public Affairs. Before coming here, Aldo was former Deputy Secretary of Energy for Hydrocarbons at Mexico's Ministry of Energy from 2016 to 2018. And he led a team of more than 180 government officials implementing the historic opening of Mexico's hydrocarbon sector during its restructuring period. And he launched an oil exploration strategy and production auctions. He helped liberalize Mexico's markets for refined products and natural gas. Before that position, he was Secretary General of the International Energy Forum and Assistant Secretary for International Affairs at Mexico's Ministry of Energy, where he represented Mexico at several international organizations, including the International Atomic Nuclear Agency and the United Nations. So welcome to all three of you. Just to give information to the people viewing, we're going to have some opening statements from each person, and that will take about 5 minutes each. Then we'll have a period of discussion, and then we'll take questions from the audience. So please submit questions in the upper right corner using the Q&A feature. While you're watching, submit questions, and those will be filtered as our discussion and talks are ongoing, and we'll get to those the best we can at the end. So with that said, I will now pass it over to Professor Sovacool.
Thank you very much, and a special thank you to Varun Rai for inviting us to participate. And I'm really honored to be on such an incredible, diverse panel. I get to go first, and one of the things that I get to do is start you off with defining the transition. And I know definitions can also be usually very boring, but they're really important when we talk about something like transitions. And that's because, as you might imagine, no academic community really agrees on what a transition is. And so, as you might intuit from some of the earlier statements, the kind of traditional notion of a transition is it's changing energy technologies or fuel sources. And so it would be phasing in nuclear power rather than, say, natural gas, or maybe renewable energy over coal. And there's even a stream of work called SOS, Security of Supply, that talks about changes in that aspect of energy transitions. But it isn't the only way that we can actually conceptualize of a transition. You can also change, if you keep fuel supplies the same, you could still change the devices that use or exploit energy. These are sometimes called prime movers, like natural gas turbines or internal combustion engines, sometimes end-use devices like microwaves or computers or mobile phones. And you can also aggressively shift how they use energy via energy efficiency and better design. A third way actually has very little to do with technology and everything to do with institutions. And so here you could change the markets, the institutional architectures behind energy systems. And some of you may know there's been a huge debate in the US over whether energy markets should be monopoly markets with a kind of standard rate of return or competitive, restructured, liberalized markets. And around the world, there's this debate about energy system restructuring. And you can have very strong institutional shifts in energy regimes like Cuba after the fall of the USSR that had very little to do with technology and everything to do with politics and the institutions governing energy. And you finally have people talking about diffusion and innovation and kind of behavioral change. And you have a lot of scholarship here that talks about how long it might take to adopt a new technology as it innovates from kind of R&D to commercialization to kind of market saturation. Everett Rogers even has a theory of innovation that talks about early adopters and late adopters and laggards and how each of them has different kind of demographic attributes. We tend to think that an energy transition could be all of these things at all of these kind of points of technology and end use devices and markets and institutions and kind of behavioral attributes and demographic changes. And you can also have them occur at a whole variety of scales, like the campus of UT Austin to Texas as a state, to regions and countries and entire, interregional places like the European Union or North America. The historical record is quite pessimistic at talking about how transitions often take a long time. So this graph here I've circled for you shows that historical transitions, even in places that are relatively small, like Europe in terms of geographic space, still took, centuries to decades to occur. And this was even though things like coal and steam power and Watt's engine had so many advantages over animate power or wood that they were replacing, it still took 160 years in England. And a more recent transition to things like liquid oil or electricity also took half a century or longer, even though they were relatively close by places like Portugal and the Netherlands. It took even longer to see those things proliferate to China or the United States. This has caused some, like Vaclav Smil, who's a Canadian geographer, to kind of make these quotes that energy transitions, because of these dynamics, are always inherently intergenerational prolonged affairs. And he even is so bold as saying it is impossible to accelerate their progress, even if you want to use highly effective interventions like carbon taxes. And you can plot some of Smil's data here. This is the same data plotted two ways. It's kind of neat to see the timeline, and the bottom one just adds up the timeline because it's hard to add when you see things horizontally. And you can see that the big three energy transitions of modernity, transition of coal, transition of oil, transition of natural gas, took 80 to 118 years, even though all three of these energy systems had really neat advantages over what they were replacing. And this was just to achieve 25% total primary energy supply share globally. It took even longer to reach higher than 30% or 40%. And some technologies like nuclear power, which we've been promoting since the 50s, commercially at least, and wind power, we've been promoting commercially since the late 80s, still haven't even come close to that 25% share of total energy supply. We've done a little bit of work that challenges that view, looking hard if you can pick extreme cases of rapid transitions. We've mapped out 10 here across a variety of domains of supply and end-use devices, things like cook stoves in China or flex fuel vehicles in Brazil or nuclear power in France or the Dutch dash for gas. And what's really neat is you can see all these transitions actually took remarkably quick. Some of them took a year, some took 2 years, all of them took it about 16 years or less. And if you look at the part on the right, it's hard to see here, these transitions were not negligible. They ended up affecting 960 million people. Almost 1 billion people have seen how they use energy change in some fashion in our generation. We're not talking about historical generations like whale oil or the transition from wood to other forms of energy in the 18 or 1900s. These are recent, timely transitions that affected 1 in 8 people, roughly, around our wonderful world. And I think that was really what I wanted to do to set up the debate as we talk about these transitions and whether they can be fast or slow, and what might be at stake as we talk about changing technologies, markets, and our demand patterns.
Thank you, Benjamin. And now let's pass it directly over to Professor Carley.
Wonderful. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Carrie, for kicking us off. And in my brief remarks, I'd like to make 3 primary points today. And in doing so, I will pull from some of my research as well as others' research. The first point is that when we think about, conceive of, and plan for the energy transition, we tend to do so through a focus, almost exclusive focus, on technology and technological pathways. And this is, of course, a very important approach to thinking about decarbonization, but we oftentimes do so at the exclusion of other very important factors, such as social factors, cultural factors, and political factors. Now, to illustrate this point, I have a visual, a schematic of Appalachia, and this is based on field work and interviews that our research team has conducted there. And I have some quotes from research that we've published. And what these quotes highlight is some of the social and cultural challenges that these communities are facing. These are communities on the front lines that are losing their jobs in Appalachia. And the first quote on the left focuses on how these individuals feel as though they've been used and abused. And now, as the country is changing from dependence on coal towards other resources, they feel left behind or neglected. And the quote on the right is about social and cultural identity and how interwoven one's identity is with coal and coal mining and coal operations within these communities. So as we think about the transition, we really need to think about these social and cultural factors and who's facing these challenges on the front line. Next slide, please. The second point I'd like to make is that a just transition must include those that work within legacy fossil fuel industries, as I just noted, but that there are many, many other communities, individuals, households that also operate on the front line and that are very vulnerable to the energy transition as well. Now, what this schematic is showing is a conception of vulnerability that is broken down into exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. And I think that the exposure angle highlights my point the most here. We can think of exposure as one who might lose their job, for example, or their community might lose their tax revenue from coal mining operations. But there are many other sources of exposure to the energy transition, such as a change in property values or a change in energy prices. And some households might be more sensitive to these changes than others. And that brings us to the sensitivity area, where we think about it's not just those that operate or work within the legacy fossil fuel industries, but it's others. It's other social demographic groups that might stand to lose, such as low-income households, for example, or communities of color, for example. And the adaptive capacity programs that exist across the country and across the world may or may not be ready to help all of these different frontline communities. Next slide, please. So let me give you a few examples of some of these other sources of vulnerability. The first is energy insecurity. Energy insecurity is defined as the inability to pay one's energy bill or to avoid utility disconnection. And what we know from our ongoing research, as well as others' research that's come before us, is that energy insecurity is a pervasive problem within the United States and across the entire world, and that it's growing. It's growing as a result of the energy transition, and very recently it's growing as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we know that there are disparities across households as to who faces more severe rates of energy insecurity. As this graph shows from our work, households that identify as Black or Hispanic are much more likely to be energy insecure than our households that identify as white. Next slide, please. Another equity or justice dimension to the energy transition, and those that might be on the front lines, are those that don't have access to the new low carbon efficient technologies that come with the transition, such as electric vehicles, LED light bulbs, smart meters, you name it. There is ample research at this point that argues that low income communities in particular, as well as communities of color, don't tend to have access to these technologies at the same rates as other communities do. And oftentimes the tax incentives or other public policies that are available to incentivize these different technologies don't flow to these communities. Next slide. We also know that opportunities for employment are not equally shared across populations. We know in particular that women and people of color are less likely to be employed in the clean energy industry. And we also know that engagement in policymaking and decision-making processes is not all-inclusive. It's not available for everybody who would like to have a say and be a leader in planning for the future and planning for the energy transition. Next slide, please. This is a piece actually that I'd like to pull that Benjamin recently published, and this is case studies from around the world, about 200 different case studies that just highlights the extreme range of different social demographic groups and individuals, entire populations that are facing some of the burdens associated with the energy transition because they may live near, for example, mining operations or extraction operations or production operations, or be displaced from them. Final slide, please. Which brings me to my third point. and that is that the energy transition may in fact be slow, although of course there's mixed evidence as we discussed, but the changes within specific communities are happening very fast, and so fast that many communities that are on the front lines are unprepared for the energy transition. Now, this is something that we're finding in our ongoing work with municipalities across the United States in tracking the programs and policies that they have in place and how they correlate with job losses, for example, or energy price changes. But it's also illustrated by this map here, which is a count of different energy justice and just transition programs that we were able to identify across the United States. And what you can see here is that although some places have many programs in place, the majority have only a handful, and some states have no programs that are targeting these frontline communities that are disproportionately burdened or not helped by the energy transition. So with that, I'll turn it over to Aldo.
All right, thank you, Sonia. So Aldo, finish us up on our opening remarks. Go ahead.
Thank you, and very happy to participate here, and quite honored to be part of this group. I will be relying on some slides as well, and this will be a perspective on the energy outlook. Think about the present and the future mostly. Next slide, please. This slide presents the changes every year, percentage changes of global CO2 emissions. And what I want to underscore is that if you see when they become negative, it's not because of an energy transition or because of a great contribution from renewable energies. It is because the economic cycle is on the downside. That's in the 1970s, partly in the early 90s with the recession and the fall of the Soviet Union. Certainly, if you move towards the right, during the financial crisis, and now the latest one with the COVID pandemic. So a huge challenge for an energy transition is to continue to generate prosperity and economic growth without increasing the use of fossil fuel energies or of CO2 emissions. That remains a very challenging agenda. Next slide, please. Now, if we think about the energy we will need in the future and how it is distributed among different energy sources, we can see that the path of future primary energy demand still depends strongly on policy and technology. And by that I mean that we can see on the two columns on the left is the current global energy mix. The columns on the right, the 5 columns on the right, represent scenarios of what that energy mix might be in 2040. Those that have most colors represent the use of energy sources that we already know. The 2 columns on the right that have the gray segments represent advances in renewables and in their deployment that depend on technology and policy. So the first point here is that if you look to the columns on the left, close to 75 to 80% of the current energy system relies still on fossil fuels. And that's using estimates from the IEA on the very left and of OPEC, the next column. If you move to the columns on the right, we have these various scenarios of the IEA and OPEC. And as you can see, in most of them, we still are using in the next 20 years, and we could move it even longer, mostly fossil fuels. So this challenge of the energy transition is already underscored by what Ben said earlier. They take a long time. And we currently have a system of investments and infrastructure that makes it more difficult to incorporate some of the new energy sources, at least from the supply side. On the consumption side, on the infrastructure, say for distributing electricity, we can use the same infrastructure, and that's partly why nuclear energy became such a success immediately after the Second World War. But we still have many other challenges to address. So the future is still, as far as we know, unless policy makes a strong change and technology as well, is still one dominated by fossil fuels. Next slide, please. And well, this is the same information, but it underscores it more clearly because now you're seeing the information in percentages, and you can see that it is very emphatically a feature of fossil fuels. There's an increase in renewables, but still not to the degree to where they say they even match the participation of biomass, for example. And this is a huge challenge as well, because about 1 billion people on the planet are still relying on biomass for their primary energy needs. Next slide, please. So now focusing on liquid fuels, these are demand projections as well for the future. And what we can see is that the scenario at the very top, which is business as usual, is now already reflecting a flat demand path. So it means that we might be curtailing, given the pattern of energy demand in transportation, the growth in energy consumption. The other two scenarios that you see there, the dashed lines, represent again what policy and technology might accomplish. The most ambitious scenario is not one on which we're on track to accomplish, implies that we really change the current energy system so that CO2 emissions go down and in line with climate change. We're most likely to see the scenario on the top, which on the plus side, it means a flat increase, a flat continuation of demand patterns in the transportation sector. But that again is subject to a whole set of assumptions that have yet to be materialized. And lastly, the last slide, please. I just want to emphasize that the transition has also this geographic dimension, and it is where the demand is coming from. And only 30 years ago, about 2/3 of global demand was concentrated in the OECD countries, that it's in the Atlantic, Europe, the United States. But now it has shifted, and most of the action is taking place in Asia. And more than half, and very soon 2/3 of global demand will be Asia-based. So the transition has to be intelligent enough, not only to address the technological challenges and social challenges that have been already emphasized by Ben and Sania, but also the fact that it has to make a difference where the center of demand is taking place, and that is in Asia. And I will leave here also my opening comments, and very much looking forward to our conversation.
Okay, thank you to all three of you. So again, in the audience, please submit questions. We'll get to those in 20 or 30 minutes. But maybe we'll start our discussion here with a simple question, and then maybe you can respond to anything anybody else said. But given the definitions of transition, is a low carbon energy transition happening now? If you look at carbon intensity, carbon emissions per GDP, you might say yes. If you look at the actual carbon emissions rates, as Aldo pointed out, they're still going up. You might say no. Any definitive answer? We'll start with Benjamin and go through our order of speakers, and go ahead.
Thanks, Gary. So, I mean, of course, the answer is kind of yes and no. It does go back to the definitional issue I mentioned earlier. There's a sociologist that Sonia and I know called Richard York, who had a really provocative article last year called Energy Additions rather than Energy Transitions. And I think that summarizes kind of where we are right now. We're kind of adding in low carbon sources, but we're having to meet increases in consumption, increases in population, especially in areas like Africa and Asia that are still electrifying. We still have 650 million people without any electricity access, and we have about 1 billion people who cook with solid fuels. So meeting their energy demand will necessitate that we continue to increase consumption for at least the next decade or so. That said, we are decarbonizing, especially in electricity and a few other areas like heat and a little bit of transport. But I think Richard York is kind of right. Right now, they see more additions than transitions.
Sonia, any follow-up?
Sure, I completely agree with Benjamin there. I'll just add that, coming back to my third point, that more broadly, we may see only modest change or transition, I think for the reason that Benjamin really highlighted there. But on the ground, in individual communities, we see massive change in some places all across the entire world. I'll also point to a paper I think that was published by good folks at Resources for the Future that also argue that with energy transitions, we never ever truly leave things, like we never get to zero with anything. So we transition things out, but they never are fully out. We still use them to some degree. And I think that that's the case with some of our more carbon intensive energy sources presently.
Anything, Aldo?
I will add to this very last point that Sania said. We're 200 years away from the Industrial Revolution, give or take. And we still are using 25% of coal for our energy needs. So yes, energy transitions don't disappear, older energy sources. We're still relying on biomass as well. And what we're seeing, therefore, is additions more than fundamental shifts in the energy system. Where I see the shifts going faster is where we have an infrastructure on the demand side for using it in a more efficient way with some of these innovations. And let me just point to two things very quickly. One of them, which is not the transition we're thinking about, but think of the shale revolution, or the unconventional revolution in the US. It was a very sudden disruption. I mean, there was a longer process of technological innovation, but when it finally everything clicked, it was a very sudden disruption of global oil markets. And it was possible because the applications for the use of oil were already there. So it was very quickly spread, this new addition to global supply and used in the global energy system. So that can be disruptive. The second observation, and I don't have a solution to it, is that we see transitions in many other sectors all the time. We see technological innovations. I don't know, the computers, think of cars and things like that. And they also are disruptive for communities. And somehow many of them are already accepted socially that this is what competition and innovation does. But in other parts, they become much more difficult to solve, perhaps because many communities do rely on one or two businesses, energy businesses, in order to survive. And that's where the challenge of the just transition also comes.
Right, Aldo, thanks. That kind of goes in to maybe a next question a little bit here. And Sonia touched on this in her opening remarks, which is to say some regions or some communities might benefit or see detrimental impacts from one given economic activity or another, or a transition. And here we're talking about energy transitions, and she mentioned coal mining areas as an example that might see to economically suffer to some degree from a transition to more renewables and low carbon. So I'll start with Sonia here. How useful is it? Is this a useful social conversation to have to talk about? I don't know, for lack of better terms, winners and losers when we're talking about a global issue. And how have we thought about? Did past transitions consider winner or losers? Did we just kind of, steamroll over whoever was needed by whoever was in charge of making decisions? And we're sort of conscious of that now, maybe more so than we were. Are the social factors the slower part rather than the technology? Or do we know that since you brought it up? So there's too many questions, but see what you can do. Go ahead.
Yeah, you might need to help remind me of the various questions. But okay, so winners and losers. I don't know that maybe this is too nitpicky. I'd rather us not talk about them as winners and losers. I'd like to think about how we ensure that we're inclusive and we have equity and justice as key criteria in this transition, along with efficiency and cost effectiveness. Have we considered, I think this was the second question, have we considered winners and losers in the past? Well, I would argue that we are at a turning point in our public policy debates in thinking about and prioritizing equity and justice as important criteria, whereas I don't think that historically we have done a very good job of that. We are finally at a point where we can say definitively that these factors matter. Help remind me of the third one, Carrie. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's to some degree if we're talking about a transition, energy transition, however you want to define it, and here maybe low carbon are the social factors slowing things down more than the technological factors, or can we even tell?
Yeah, well, I think, I don't know about pace. Maybe Benjamin might have a better, more satisfying answer there. But I do think that they're the biggest unknowns. And that when we think about the transition, again, we talk about technology quite a bit. Well, I think we actually know more about technologies and their applications and how well they can fit together than we do about some of the social and behavioral side of things. And so I think how well we can help certain communities, how well people adapt to the various technologies that are available. These are the biggest unknowns that we need to know more about before planning.
Right. So I like your statement there. I don't think I want to talk about winners or losers either. So I think that's a bad way to make progress. Aldo, any comments on Sonia there?
No, as I was listening to Sonia, I was thinking about what type of policy instruments we could have in the social safety net to ease the transition. And again, this is not unlike a conversation that we could have, say, when we lower trade barriers. There's a lot of disruption in some communities, and we have to help them retool and support them in order to, and retrain, and the whole set of activities in order for them to go to a different energy sector. Or a different sector, rather. In this case, it's an energy sector, maybe shifting to a new energy sector, a new economic activity. It means that the transition is not only about energy policy, but about social policy and this type of enablers that will help people move from one sector to another.
Benjamin, anything here on speeds and social versus technology?
Yeah, obviously, I think it's both technology and behavior are going to be really important. We need to continue doing innovation as well as promoting behavioral change. And you can get very large wedges of emissions reductions by improving efficiency, but also by doing things like cycling more and eating meat less. I just wanted to add 3 quick thoughts that help bracket this discussion. So there is a principle known as energy return on investment that talks about kind of the amount of energy you put into a technology and then get out of it. And I've seen some good work by Cutler Cleveland at Boston University that talks about like grand civilizational transitions to different energy sources. And as soon as their energy return on investment drops below a certain level, society tends to move on. And his assessment argued that we passed that threshold for oil, gas, and coal about 20 years ago. So that would imply that at a maybe slower pace, civilization has decided we're now seeking other energy systems that have energy return on investment that's far better: nuclear power, hydropower, wind energy. The second thing, there are, Sonia kind of hinted at this, there are innovation dynamics that can be really neat that also accelerate transitions. You can call them innovation spillovers or innovation ecosystems. The good example here is the German feed-in tariff for solar energy catalyzing Chinese manufacturing that hardly anyone anticipated. It's almost as dramatic a change as Aldo talking about the shale gas shock. Not many people saw the solar shock that was coming, including the Germans, because they ended up seeing a lot of their solar manufacturing capacity go bankrupt because they couldn't compete with the Chinese. And then the final thing I wanted to say is there's been some really interesting work that I haven't been a part of, but I've read on social tipping points. This is really good work that argues that separate from technology, society has come together in various social movements like suffrage, abolition of slavery. If you want a really cheeky example, the prohibition, the women's temperance movement, where we abolished alcohol in like 10 years. So it's like there are situations where we can come together. In the environment, it's things like the ozone protocol, CFC depletion, socially, and then technology follows that. So, you don't have to rely on technology for shocks. There can also be these really neat social tipping points, although I don't think we're quite there yet for climate change.
Right. And I guess with prohibition, we can reverse some of the transition and go back. So we're where we are now. Maybe a short question here is, we're talking about an energy transition, but in terms of disruption and social impacts, is energy special in a particular way? Anyone? Benjamin, you were speaking near and dear to my heart with energy return on investment. So I definitely think energy special. And yes, the 1970s were characterized by the somewhat spending thresholds in terms of the money spent on energy per GDP, it was a high number only reached again in 2008, and those are both times of economic turmoil. So is energy special? Anyone?
I mean, quickly, and I want to pass it to Aldo and Sonia. I think that there's a case to be made that it is and that it isn't. In terms of it isn't, energy is one of many collective action problems along with climate change. And people like Elinor Ostrom have talked about how energy is a common goods problem, but so is deforestation, and so is water, and so is weapons proliferation. So like it's one of these kind of collective action problems that is not unique, that we do all the time because we can socialize costs and there's politics and corruption and all of that. On the other hand, I do think energy is a bit unique in that it is more tightly coupled than many other socio-technical systems. It's more vertically, horizontally layered. E.F. Schumacher said that energy is not a commodity. It's a prerequisite for all commodities, right? So in a way, it's like a meta good and service that isn't like any other thing that we need because it's so vital to our human societies. And the final thing I think that's unique is energy might be able to cause more externalities than a lot of these other sectors. We just did a meta-analysis this year that estimates the externalities from energy and transport at $26 trillion a year. Like there are very few industries that can cause that much social damage. So that would imply energy is a bit special.
Any other follow-up from anyone?
I think it's special energy in the sense that it is the source of emissions that are so important to our daily lives and to climate change. So there is no escaping that. And the other fact is that right now, there is no escaping the fact that we need fossil fuels to move things around. So unless the transportation system changes in a fundamental way, we're still stuck with this way of doing things. The number of investments, the infrastructure, again, that has been deployed around the planet for land, air, and maritime transportation relies on a very limited set of fuels. And that will not change very soon unless there's some major technological breakthrough, say with the electric engine or who knows. So that makes it special, that we don't have as many options to address the problem. And if you add this complication that Ben just mentioned of collective action, it makes it even much more challenging.
I'll just add very quickly, I think the answer is yes and no. No, in the sense that energy systems are part of our capitalist system, and it just so happens that this is the heyday for energy. But yes, it's particularly important and special because energy is such a huge driver for all of our economies. But it also is felt on a local, personal scale that every individual interacts with energy systems constantly throughout the entire day, almost every second of their waking time.
Okay, maybe I'll ask one more here and then get to a couple of audience questions. In our preparations, Aldo brought up that there's now 3 or 4 R's maybe instead of 3 R's. There's the classic reduce, reuse, recycle, but maybe now people are adding another R for remove, meaning remove CO2 from the atmosphere. And I like to, this is sort of a blend between technology and social thinking, but I like to think there's techno-optimists that think technology is going to solve the problem. And if we incentivize that enough, we will do it in the sense that we will create affordable direct air capture and just suck CO2 out of the atmosphere. And then there may be the techno-realist camp who says, yeah, we have technology, but there are physical limits and thermodynamic limits and energy return on investment ideas and depletion. And we are not fully recycling or reusing everything that we could be possibly doing right now. So what are your thoughts on this, either techno-realism and techno-optimism, or just other interplays of technology and social policy to affect lowering emissions, which, as Aldo has pointed out, we'll start with Aldo maybe, we're not reducing emissions yet. Everybody says if we have all the technologies we need, what's going on here?
The 4 R's you mentioned are part of this idea of the circular carbon economy. And the value that I see in that concept is that it is already emphasizing that we need action on multiple fronts at the same time, differentiated according to the capabilities of different countries. That means that whatever, I mean, techno-optimism or realism is not beside the point, but it really is something that will vary depending on where the application is used or deployed, in what part of the planet and in what industry. The point is that we need to act on all those four fronts if we want to see meaningful change. And we cannot predict where it will be coming. To go back to the example of the shale revolution, there were thousands of businessmen trying to make a profit from the oil industry. Who could have predicted in 2005 or 1995 that this particular businessman in this corner of Texas would have cracked the code to make this happen? And so right now it's very difficult to say that, but we do know that we have a better shot if we have governments that are incentivizing progress in these four areas. And someone will come up with a set of, or a group of people will come up with a set of innovations that will maybe help us move faster in the right direction.
Benjamin, anything?
Yeah, we've done a little bit of work on energy visions, as well as like utopianism and other types of things that happen. And it's tricky because on the one hand, the visions are really inspiring. They can motivate people to get excited about the future. They can capture young attitudes, right? Get more people caring about climate. But on the other hand, they can kind of blind you to some of the real downsides of some of the innovations we're talking about, whether it's hydrogen or small modular reactors or negative emissions. And these can be very risky technologies. So I think we need a bit of both. We need kind of optimistic thinking to inspire, a kind of careful, balanced, reflective thinking. And maybe that's the dynamic. We need camps of optimists to then have intelligent discussion with realists. And it's that dynamic itself that drives forward social change.
Great. Sonia?
Nothing else to add.
All right. That's okay. That's I like that statement there from Benjamin. Thank you. So this is maybe sort of an audience question here, somewhat implied by Aldo, but any of you can answer, of course. Can you talk about the process to affect social policy and behavioral change? So Aldo is saying, well, you don't know exactly where it's going to occur, but if you're making a policy to go low carbon or perhaps circular economy, are there some examples of, here's the details you actually have to pay attention to?
The first thing is that the right policy approach is not exactly to promote a technology, but to promote an objective, right? So the objective could be energy savings, less electricity consumption at homes, and you promote that as opposed to a particular type of bulb or a particular type of air conditioning set, or who knows what. So you have to create policies that are, in a sense, that general, so that people see that there is that incentive of innovation in that sector. I guess the key challenge is how to find the right timing to do that. Political systems are not very conducive to this type of disruptive change unless there's a crisis or a major social shift in preferences that is reflected in electoral processes and the like. So this is the question with climate policy, and it's the related energy policy. We are seeing what appears to be a slow motion crash, and it's not, therefore it's not fast enough for people to realize that action in a more dramatic sense is required. And then again, it's very difficult to move faster because of the economic implications. But one beginning would be there.
Thanks. Sonia, anything?
Yeah, I'll take the perspective. Well, first, I think communication is of the utmost importance, and I think politics is the number one barrier. So just building on Aldo's point, but also just thinking about social policy for those communities that are on the front lines, as opposed to just kind of social efforts to help everybody transition and to adopt the disruptive technologies. But thinking about those on the front lines, I think it's essential that we involve these individuals in these communities in our decision-making processes and in the interventions that we propose. And in fact, we should facilitate bottom-up decision-making within communities if they are experiencing disproportionate burdens as a result of the transition and they need some kind of efforts or interventions to help them. Let's communicate with them. Let's figure out what those efforts might be and how we can have some kind of coordinated approach.
Anything, Benjamin?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a little bit of optimism. We had a great project that ended a few years ago called HOPE. So there you go, Household Preferences for Energy. And it was in 4 high-income countries, so not the US, but countries that are somewhat similar, countries like Germany or France or Norway and Sweden. And it was kind of what Sonia said. We worked with hundreds of households to document their actual carbon footprints and then ask them and work with them to reduce their carbon footprints. And we did carbon auditing, we played games, we did interviews and policy mapping. And the 2 findings that were really interesting is that these households, if you just inform them, will voluntarily cut about half their emissions without any financial incentives, just by giving them education, giving them tools, showing them their footprints and kind of saying, if you ate a little less meat, if you did less one airfare trip, if you walked to work a few days a week, you cut your footprints. However, that's only half. For the other half of the emissions reductions, they had to be forced, or if you want a better term, nudged or incentivized. And I think that's the rub. It's like voluntary goodwill will get us pretty far. Half is amazing, but the climate doesn't care about half. The climate needs net zero. And that also implies that that other half might be, unfortunately, strong command and control policies that will push us the rest of the way because we won't do it on our own.
Right. I think that's good points there. Here's a question, maybe to start with Sonia. It's kind of about low-income communities, adoption of low-carbon technologies and energy insecurity. How do we view dealing with energy insecurity? Is this specifically an energy issue, or is it an economic issue in terms of, taxing people differently and shifting, revenues to low-income people? I mean, there are programs for low-income energy as well as low-income other types of things. So some people might claim that certain policies they observe in given states are disproportionately regressive, and may or may not be implying that that's because of a low-carbon transition. But how do we think about that in terms of energy versus just economic policy, and how should we help? How do you think we should help low-income communities on this respect? Go ahead.
Yeah, great question. So summarize the problem and possible solutions. So the problem of energy insecurity, you're exactly right. It is more than just an energy story. It's a story about economics. It's a story about inequalities within our economic systems writ large. Those households that suffer from energy insecurity likely suffer from other forms of insecurity as well. Water insecurity, food insecurity. I mean, these are households who have to make the very difficult decisions, such as whether to pay for energy bills or put food on the table or pay for their medical bills. And these are just decisions that are almost incomprehensible to have to think through. What are possible solutions? So I think that there are a lot of possible solutions. I think that providing weatherization assistance to help households increase the energy efficiency and the ability of their homes to withstand weather is a very important kind of pre-step that should be taken to help households avoid energy insecurity entirely. Another important step is to provide energy assistance, bill paying assistance, and this can be done through the government. It can also be done through a variety of different organizations, or even, a household friend might be willing to provide money to help lower energy bills. Another solution is to help households provide incentives for solar panels, for example, so that a household can provide their own electricity and don't have to be reliant on their electricity provider for electricity. It will also lower their bills, of course. And then we can also take the more extreme, maybe draconian measure of outlawing or banning utility disconnections, especially in times of crisis, such as during the COVID-19 pandemic, arguably. The federal government could have made the decision to tell all utilities that they're not allowed to disconnect customers. I'll also just say that, coming back to the main point, this isn't just an energy issue. There are other kinds of policy interventions that we should consider, such as housing interventions and other kind of social assistance programs that we can provide to help these households, since it's really not just an issue of them being able to pay their energy bill.
Right. Any comments by Aldo or Benjamin on energy insecurity?
Just a very small one. I think Sonia's answer is outstanding. There was a discussion a few decades ago about where you would do a carbon tax, and the kind of argument was you don't want to bother households with it because they don't have the time and there's too many uncertainties. So you could also go up a level to places like utilities and change how they provide energy, and that has the benefit of you don't have to deal with consumers at all. So rather than forcing a poor household to adopt solar, well, you get the electricity supplier to adopt it and incentivize it so it doesn't change prices, and then you've kind of everyone collectively adopts solar because you force the utility to. That's kind of what renewable portfolio standards are doing. The only problem with those is they're inconsistent between states. Some states like California have really good ones, and then like the South has like none, or they're voluntary. But I think that might be a neat tool as well, tools for electricity suppliers to complement tools for households.
Right, excellent. Here's a question that we were kind of talking about. Well, I guess this is a blend between inside of a country, let's just say the United States, but could be European countries as well, and international affairs. It's a question from the audience. Is the energy transition like globalization and trade liberalization in the sense that the benefits are diffuse, at least maybe across the globe, but depends on, maybe a small number of people across the globe. But the harms, whatever the economic harms, social harms, environmental, are going to be localized to some degree. Benjamin's work on mining was highlighted, and the anecdote here is Michigan residents, implying Michigan residents still hate NAFTA. So we had Trump, we have, I don't know if we still have tariffs on solar panels imports right now, but these are sort of thinking about where are these things made and who benefits. So I guess I don't have the question is how does the energy transition fit in this kind of context of globalization? Is it just one other part of it, or is it special again? Aldo?
Well, that's where it fits with the discussion of whether there's something special about the transition or not. And the part that is not special is that we see changes in every economic sector all the time. And they don't necessarily generate upheavals or the political heat that we see sometimes with the energy industry. And what matters, for the example, say of NAFTA and Michigan, is that those that hate it have specific assets that they invested, very expensive factories, say, for a dedicated purpose. But think of someone that owns, I don't know, a grocery store. They can restock relatively easily, change the product mix, even leave the sector with other type of costs that someone that has a very dedicated space for a particular set of machinery to produce a particular product will face. And that is the challenge with energy in many uses, specifically in transportation. We are stuck at each of our homes with very expensive specific investments to move around if you own a car. We have some other options, but they are not as competitive. And that's what makes this closer to this idea of the difficulties of trade adjustment or adjustments to trade and changes in trade patterns that many communities face.
Anything else by Benjamin and Arsanya?
I would just quickly add that it seems to be our answer today is kind of pros and cons. And on the one hand, kind of globalization, internationalization enable technology transfer, and there's like north-south technology transfer, even south-south technology transfer, like Mexico helping Rwanda. You even had this built into the Kyoto Protocol. They had a whole clean development mechanism that saw wealthy countries try to tech transfer stuff to help China and India and other countries mitigate their emissions. So there's the kind of benefits of synergies and cooperation there. Also, you see trends of what kind of Sonia said, global capitalism and going around, ravaging the earth, looking for communities to dispossess, and kind of elites that use the system to externalize costs even more, or pilot risky technologies in places that don't have adequate regulations to stop them. So that's kind of exacerbating inequality and capital flight and Naomi Klein's disaster capitalism, like the worst. So you have both trends. As you internationalize, you have opportunities for technology transfer, but also more scope to exploit.
Right. It seems like it's often never an either or, but it's a both, right? And then this just enables people to talk about whichever part they want to talk about. And I'm thanking all three of you for trying to talk about both
Carrie,
at the same time.
The joke I remember is I think Teddy Roosevelt said he once wanted a no-handed economist.
There you go.
Because all
Yeah.
we say is on the one hand and on the other hand. You're certainly
Yeah.
getting that from us today.
Yeah. Yeah. So-
Coming back to the question about whether the losers are localized but the winners are universal. I think there's no denying that the winners are universal if we decarbonize because of the benefits of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. But I also think that there are localized benefits that are unevenly dispersed as well. And that was part of what I was trying to make as one of my opening points, that there are also immense benefits to the energy transition, employment benefits, for example, being empowered benefits, or benefits of having access to new technologies that are efficient and low carbon. And these are the kinds of benefits that are disproportionately owned by those of higher income. And from what we found in various people have found in the literature, also by communities that are largely Caucasian.
Right. So maybe I'll go to this other audience question, start with Benjamin, which is saying, how do you communicate with local residents on the need to move faster on a low carbon transition, given how slow it's moving globally, and perhaps these sort of other things in the back of people's minds of, well, if you're in the OECD countries, we kind of have stagnant, relatively energy consumption. And as Aldo pointed out, the growth is in the non-OECD countries, but we still consume a lot more. And how are you supposed to communicate that? Well, yeah, you have a better lifestyle, even though you may have seen your wages stagnate in your family for the last 50 years. Still help us out and conserve or figure out a way to lower emissions.
I mean, there's been great work very quickly in environmental psychology and values about the different values people have. So I think try to find out their values and show how decarbonization fits in with some of those values in positive ways. And the other thing is there's been good messages on framing and how you frame interventions and even the words that you use and the symbolic cues that you use. And energy is one of those things that's so complex. It doesn't have to be framed as for the climate. It can be framed for resilience. It can be framed for jobs. It can be framed for future generations. It could be framed for health. So you can do all these other frames that recast energy decisions as far more. They're about equity, health, identity, politics. And if you find the right frame, you might be able to convince them.
Anything else, Aldo, Sonia, on that?
Well, I'll echo what has been mentioned. Sonia referred to communication and now went to framing. The fact is that good policies, and certainly policies linked to climate change and the energy transition, fail when they are poorly communicated and poorly framed. And a lot of effort has to be put as well in thinking about how to communicate the energy transition and the new policies to enable it.
But if the framing is that flexible, can it go both ways then? And then you just have two different frames battling it out?
Well, frames do compete, absolutely. Yeah. And the art is in selecting the winning frame.
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully we all have the winning frame of a lower carbon economy going forward. I think we're going to perhaps end it there before we go on a longer question as we enter the end of our time for this panel. So thank you very much. I think it was a very good discussion, a nice highlight of existing work and what we know. So again, this is Benjamin Sovacool, University of Sussex, Sonia Carli of the Indiana University, and Aldo Flores here at the LBJ School of Public Affairs. Thank you very much. And before I exit my moderating duties, I will just hand over the moderating duties to the next panel. This is going to be moderated by Dr. Ben Leibowitz. He's an assistant professor in our operations research department here at the University of Texas at Austin. And his panel is going to be a lot more about the technology. It's titled Technology Pathways, Fork in the Road, ? So how do we think about the role of technology? Again, thank you for all of you here on a very encompassing discussion of technology and policy. It's a great opening segment. Thank you for joining us again.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this next panel of UT Energy Week 2021. And this panel will be on technology pathways, fork in the road. So my name is Benjamin Leibowitz. I'm an assistant professor in the Operations Research and Industrial Engineering program here at UT Austin. And some of the questions we're going to discuss in this panel are, what are the viable and economic technological pathways to get to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, what's essential and what's still uncertain from a technological point of view. And then when we think about technological forks in the road, what forks have we already moved past to put us on a path to net zero emissions by 2050, and what critical forks in the road await us in the years to come. So let me briefly introduce the three distinguished panelists that you'll hear from in just a moment. So in order, first you'll hear from Vivian Loftness, who is a university professor and former head of the School of Architecture at Carnegie Mellon University. Second, you'll hear from Ryan Weiser, who is a senior scientist in the Electricity Markets and Policy Department at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. And the third speaker will be Vijay Swarup, who is Vice President of Research and Development at ExxonMobil Research and Engineering Company. So just a quick outline of how this panel is going to be structured. So first, we'll have a 5-minute opening statement from each of the three panelists talking about technological change in the sectors that they focus on, followed by a structured Q&A to really get maximal dialogue among our three panelists. And lastly, we'll have a Q&A with questions submitted by the audience. So throughout this whole panel discussion, if questions come to mind, then feel free to submit them in the chat, and we'll do our best to sort of curate those questions and get to them in the time that we have. So with that, I'll turn it over to our first panelist, who is Vivian Loftness.
Thank you. I'm going to jump to presenting live with my PowerPoint in order to get a lot of ideas across in 5 minutes. Let me start by, oops, sorry, that was not the right move. No, let's see, sorry, how to advance. I don't have an advance button. Let's see what I'm missing here. Okay, I'm gonna have to advance with slides. Oh, I see what the problem is, sorry, okay. Okay, I have had the privilege of serving on the National Academy Committee with one of UT Austin's leading professors as well, where we put together a first-year report on accelerating decarbonization. The goal is to get to zero by 2050 and to find out what we have to do by 2030. The committee is from all over the country, and it's an amazing, diverse set of backgrounds that have argued through and written the following 5 technological goals. We're going to have to electrify everything. We're going to have to do deep energy efficiency and productivity for every unit of energy we use. We're going to have to produce carbon-free electricity. We're going to have to expand the innovation toolkit, and we're going to have to build critical infrastructures. We also have socioeconomic goals that are in parallel to this. We want to strengthen the economy. We want to support communities, businesses, and workers, promote equity and inclusion, and maximize cost effectiveness. I'm representing the building sector, and I have a particular message I want to get across to you. For some reason, there are thousands of pie charts like this on a Google search. And you'll notice that buildings, the little orange wedge there, is nominal, it's tiny. And the reason it's tiny is not because buildings aren't 40% of the energy problem, but because all their electric use is handed over to the electric power wedge, which is not an end-use sector. It's not where you're using the electricity, it's where you're producing it. So if you start to look at where we're using the energy, buildings are 32% of the problem, actually greater than transportation and industry. And if you add in the actual materials that we use in construction, which is another 6%, buildings are 38% of the problem. So I want to posit that the building sector is critical to decarbonization. It's also the sloppiest sector of energy use. We use huge amounts of fossil fuel and electricity. And this is a study of New York City retail, hotels, office buildings. And you'll see that there's an 800% differential in energy use in retail per square foot in different buildings across the city of New York. They've been benchmarking, one of the longest cities to benchmark, and it's amazing how much waste there is in our buildings. There's so much waste that over 600 firms have signed a 2030 commitment across the United States. And this is HOK's performance report. Since they signed the commitment back in 2011, they have achieved close to a 60% reduction in every building they design. And these are reductions, they're simulated reductions, but they actually follow through in measurement and every major retrofit they do. So we have potential, great opportunity and great accomplishment. In addition to that, it's the cheapest carbon savings we have. Everyone's talking about carbon capture and storage, which is up on the right side of this chart from McKinsey. It's a modification update of McKinsey's study. They think the solution is going to be in somehow burying our trash, which is the CO2 that we're putting in the atmosphere and putting it into water, into earth. And yet there is huge opportunity to reduce the demand, which is all the left side of the equation, which actually make great financial sense. And we really need to make those investments. We need to invest in zero energy new homes and commercial buildings. We have 5.7 quads. We need to reduce 50 quads of energy by 2050. We need to drop from where we are now. We can't let it go up. We have to keep pushing it down until we're at least 50 quads less than where we are. And 5.7 of those quads can come through buildings. Another 5 to 6 quads can come through specifying the right products, appliances, and energy equipment efficiency. Another 4 quads can happen through district energy systems. We have great potential to do combined heat, cooling, and power in both new and existing communities. This one in Stockholm. We can get about 4 quads out of existing homes and commercial buildings. And while we're doing that, we will provide jobs, which are critically needed, and we will address inequities, which is critically needed. So this is a really important area for providing social gain in addition to carbon reduction. And we need to look at intelligence. And there's no question that the Internet of Things and data analytics is transforming the way we understand buildings and allowing us to save energy just purely through control systems, and about 3.5 quads through that. And then it looks as if we're going to be doing deep electrification in the built environment. And we have the potential to do innovation in the process of doing electrification. But remember, conservation is always first. It doesn't make sense to just put a big machine into an inefficient house. You should make an efficient house and then put a small machine in. Finally, the carbon sequestration role, the built environment has something to offer here. We can actually sequester carbon by encapsulating CO2 and putting it into concrete. We can actually sequester carbon by growing our building materials, which is why there's such an interest in wood. So in conclusion, buildings have a critical role in electricity generation, in peak load management, in energy storage, and certainly in demand reduction. And when we do this, we will in fact deal with a lot of inequity. It is a serious problem in today's communities. And I'm going to leave you these charts after the talk to look at it a little bit more in detail. UT has set a goal of 20% reduction from their base year of 2009 in their energy consumption in buildings. They should be far more strident. Make them set a 50% goal. The design professions can meet it. This report from the National Academy is available for you to download. It absolutely represents a carbon tax at about $40 per metric ton. It clearly recommends green jobs, of which the built environment is a critical portion of it, a green bank, clean energy RD&D, maybe a GI Bill for education that allows clean energy to become an educational solution for a lot of people who don't have access to education, and then energy efficiency, block grants, and weatherization. With that, I close out. Thank you for the opportunity to give you my position.
Thank you, Vivian, for that summary of mitigation opportunities in the building sector. So next, we'll turn it over to Ryan Weiser.
Thanks. Yeah, Ryan Weiser here, and good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. In my opening remarks, focusing exclusively on the U.S. power sector. In particular, I'm going to quickly summarize some new research that was actually just published earlier this morning. New research that on the one hand demonstrates that the U.S. power sector has already made tremendous progress in decarbonization, but that we also have a long ways to go and a heck of a lot of work ahead in our journey towards a net zero sector. Starting with the first key point on the next slide. 15 years ago, most business as usual forecasts projected that US power sector CO2 emissions would reach roughly 3,000 million metric tons by the year 2020. In fact, in the year 2020, the power sector emitted 1,450 million metric tons, 52% below the projected value. Based on that measure, the US power sector in 2020 was already halfway to zero emissions and did so in 15 years. How do we do it? Well, as shown on this infographic, electricity demand reduction, buildings included, was a significant part of that storyline. 24% less electricity demand than projected in the year 2020. Renewables outperformed expectations. Wind and solar combined delivered 13 times more electric power than projected in the year 2020. Nuclear continues to churn out 20% of our total generation nuclear free. And of course, everyone understands that natural gas prices and as a consequence, natural gas electricity generation have increased substantially. It's important to recognize as well that we've received a number of co-benefits associated with this carbon reduction. Total US electric bills are 18% lower in 2020 than was earlier projected. Health damages down 92% relative to projections, and power supply related jobs up by 29%. Next slide. So we've made tremendous progress, but completing the second half of the journey isn't going to be easy. It's going to require beating business as usual projections again. It will also require a somewhat different roadmap than the one that we have employed over the last 15 years. Next slide. So what do we know about the pathway ahead? Well, said plainly, the study that Vivian just described, but a variety of other studies also clearly indicate that in the US power sector in the very near term, we need to go big on solar, wind, and storage. Moreover, those same studies tend to find that in concert with aggressive energy efficiency and existing low carbon resources like hydropower and nuclear, that we can get anywhere from 70 to 90% zero carbon shares and do so at relatively limited additional costs. It's also important to recognize that the market is validating some of these study findings. Wind, solar, and batteries have all come down their learning curves substantially in recent years. And indeed, for wind and solar, the learning curve has in fact accelerated over recent years. In addition, we have 660 gigawatts of wind and solar, and an additional 200 gigawatts of storage sitting in transmission interconnection queues. These are admittedly early stage developments, but illustrate the degree of commercial interest in deploying three of the critical pillars to a decarbonized power sector. Next slide, please. All of that being said, I don't want to leave you with a false sense of either security or surety. Humans, after all, do have a rather poor record in predicting energy transitions. Let's not fool ourselves. A little bit of humility is appropriate. And even if wind, solar, and batteries are to serve as a backbone of near-term decarbonization, scaling those resources is a non-trivial challenge. With a number of those challenges listed here, in the interest of time, I will not go over them. Now, to Vivian's opening remarks, I think it is also crucial to recognize that energy efficiency can very much reduce the scale of these growth challenges. Energy efficiency doesn't eliminate those challenges, but can certainly help address them. As well, ultimately, we'll need to confront the final 10, 20, 30% gap, a gap that will require a different set of technologies than wind, solar, and shorter duration batteries currently provide. So can we achieve deep decarbonization in the power sector? Absolutely. We've already made considerable progress therein, and we have a wide variety of technologies that can get us deeply lower emissions than we are today. That being said, I think it's also crucial that we not understate the challenges. There are a variety of scale-up challenges that are significant in their scope and measure. And with that, I will close. Thanks, Ben.
Great. Thanks, Ryan. It's pretty amazing to see the progress in recent years in the electricity sector specifically. So our final panelist, Vijay Swarup, you're up now.
Well, it's great. Thank you, Ben and Vivian, Ryan. It's an honor to be on this panel with you. And I'm going to try to build off of what's already been said and try to minimize duplication. But what I do want to talk about is the future and the challenges we have. So if you advance the slide, please. We've already talked a lot this, but let's keep this real simple. Energy is essential. And while we take it for granted, there are many people in this world who don't even know what access to energy means. And the chart on the left simply shows that, which is UN Human Development Index on the y-axis and energy on the x-axis. And you can see that for the developed nations, we tend to be in the upper right, and the developing nations aspire to be in the upper right. That's part one of the challenge. The good news is as you've heard from Vivian and Ryan, there's lots of energy sources, which in itself is technology advancement. The ability to have oil and gas in the US, the solar, the wind, etc. Lots of technologies have been able to provide ample energy. The challenge, other half of the challenge is on the right, which is we want to do this while reducing emissions. This becomes the dual challenge. And you can see on the right side, building off of Vivian and Ryan, you can see the various sectors. And as they both already pointed out, these are not discrete sectors. There is huge overlap between the sectors. And so the challenge, which starts as a 2x2 dynamic, becomes very complicated very quickly. And that's what we call the dual challenge. How do we improve living standards while reducing emissions? Now, if you go to the next chart, this builds off beautifully off of what Ryan and Vivian have talked about. This is work, the next slide, please. Thank you. Is work the IEA produced, which shows of the 40 technology areas that we think are needed, 34 are not on track. That doesn't mean progress isn't being made. It simply means that we are at that fork in the road. We are at that point where we need to accelerate technology development, and you can see them across the various sectors. I won't read them. If you go to the next slide, though, I'm going to postulate what can we do about this. I'm going to start by saying, how do we do it today? As you all know, technology development and energy, the scale, the capital, the infrastructure, translates to lots of time. What we need to do is on the front end of this is we have to accelerate the development. We do things in a linear fashion today. We go from discovery to development to first deployment to deployment at scale. That can take years, if not decades, to go from concept to scale. How do we do that differently? Next slide. We think collaboration is key. This is a tremendous panel. We have a national lab, we have a university, and we have large industry. Those are really three of the key ingredients to get there. Universities spend a lot of time on fundamentals, understanding the principles. The national labs provide capabilities to go to the next scale. Smaller companies we work with like Synthetic Genomics, Global Thermostat, they can do first deployment. Companies like ours, large project expertise, large capital, ability to take things at scale. Now, what we need to do is we need to start, instead of linear, we need to work in collaboration. So we want to work with universities, we want to work with national labs, we want to work with smaller companies, all with the point of how do we get there faster? How do we envision the pathway to scale? How do we shape the research to help us address the scalable questions, which can often be identified early on, but are often not addressed until later in the pipeline? And that's the challenge. So we think, as we hit this fork in the road, this is a technology gap. We need to accelerate technology, everything Vivian and Ryan have already said. We need to change not just what we're working on, but how we're working on it. And this slide here shows you ways that we can change the how, which I think is going to be critical to acceleration. So with that, thank you, Ben. I'll turn it back over to you to moderate the panel.
Thanks, Vijay. So a lot of very thought-provoking ideas there to get us started in our Q&A here. So my first question is going to be directed at Ryan because it's about the electricity sector. And you presented just how much progress is being made, significant progress on reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the US power sector, especially due to the rapid growth of wind and solar, really outpacing where people thought we would be in 2021. So I'm curious, from your perspective, what were the key ingredients that enabled this success story? And then what can we learn from them for accelerating the development and deployment of technologies that could be similarly successful in other sectors?
Yeah, so I think there are obviously lots of ingredients for how we got to this point that are inclusive of energy efficiency, renewable energy, nuclear, and natural gas. One of the notable ones that I want to emphasize, because I think that it does hold promise for the future as well, is to really focus on deployment-oriented learning. You know, one of the reasons that we've been so successful with solar, with wind, with increasingly battery technologies, with LED lighting as well, is that we've come down very aggressive cost curves in all cases. So what are the common threads of those particular technologies? They're technologies for which we have supported the deployment. We've supported the deployment at scale. And to some degree, they're manufactured goods. They're not one-off singular power plants, each of which is designed completely anew. And so as we think about the pathway ahead, which will require a variety of new technologies, trying to identify how to get on that deeply declining cost curve for electrolysis, for long duration storage, for a lot of technologies that were on that list that Vijay shared is going to be really crucial. And so again, getting that deployment oriented learning going, making sure that the scale of the deployment and the scope and surety of the deployment over a period of years is sufficient to get the manufacturing scale up necessary, I think is a real important lesson from the history of the last 20 years or so.
Mm-hmm. So Vivian, maybe you could comment on similar issues in the building sector. So we've had a lot of success in some building end uses. Say lighting comes to mind, but probably less success in others. So yeah, I'm curious your thoughts on the building sector.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ryan's right. And LBNL was central to LED developments and to refrigerator efficiency. And these are huge consumer items that are not just bought in this country at rapid rates, but bought around the world. So it has been a critical contribution to greenhouse gas reduction. There are some really interesting innovations, I think, in terms of distributed energy, buildings that actually generate electricity, materials, window materials that might in fact generate. There's some real innovations that might allow items that we're going to invest in anyways become an alternative source. And buildings are actually very good batteries, not chemical batteries. They're actually batteries in terms of asynchronous energy loads and the ability to store cooling, store heating. So I think there's some real opportunity in the built environment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So my next question here is directed toward Vijay. So you mentioned this dual challenge of simultaneously trying to address energy poverty around the world, bring the entire global population up to sort of first world living standards, while dealing with climate change. So it seems to me that a key aspect of this energy transition on a global level is trying to help these developing nations where emissions are expected to grow, try to leapfrog sort of to less environmentally harmful technologies than the technologies that we've used in the past. So maybe, for example, people's first automobile purchase will be an EV as opposed to a vehicle that uses gasoline. So from your perspective, what are really the prospects for technology leapfrogging in the developing world? Are there sectors where you expect that to happen, or sectors where you think that might be more difficult?
That's a great question, Ben. And the first thing I would say to that is we have to remember that this is as technical an industry as there is. Energy encompasses every science and engineering at scales that are unmatched. So we are always on a technology evolution. So this concept of leapfrogging is as important as starting from where we are today and then moving forward, and not starting with what was done in the past. So I do think as you look across all the sectors, there are opportunities to to move faster. So if you think about the power sector, if you build a power plant and you incorporate carbon capture, you have already started. You're not retrofitting anymore. You're imagining what you need in the future. As you think about the grid, you have to incorporate enough power, as Vivian pointed out. You have to be designing your power grid big enough to be able to handle all the additional power load that will come as you electrify cars, as you do those other things. The industrial sector, which is often not spoken about, which is a very large emitter. If you remember that chart that I showed, there you need to think about, well, the role of hydrogen and the role of electrifying even the industrial sector, which requires new technology. So I think what you have to do is you have to start with the problem. As we all know from university days, stating the problem is half the battle. So if the problem is we need to simultaneously do it, as you pointed out, Ben, then we need to look at the technology gaps, and we need to imagine by geography, because the other thing about energy is it's a global challenge solved regionally. And so you have to think about what the regional aspects are. Ryan did that very well for the US. It'll be a different set of solutions for India. And we have to think about that, think about the technologies, build off of where we are, and then anticipate. So much of what we need to do in this space is anticipating and then driving the breakthroughs to close the gaps that we have. But that's exactly what needs to happen.
Anyone else want to respond?
Yeah, I'd like to add a very different perspective or a different idea to this, which is the resiliency challenge of electric grids in developing countries. Developing countries, I mean, clearly they can leapfrog us in highly efficient appliances, in electrification of vehicles and other commodities that they are starting to buy. But where I think the real contribution to the Western society is going to be from the developing world is how do you design the built environment to be resilient when the grid goes down? And it's through deep conservation and passive conditioning with just-in-time electricity use, not continuous electricity. We don't need to air condition a building when no one's in it just because we're in a 7x24 operating mode, right? So the whole notion of cooling the room that you're in, which you see in the developing world and don't see in the American context, is something I think is going to be it's a two-way street. We have a lot to learn from the developing world.
Yeah, and I guess I would just also add that where the leapfrogging, I think, holds the greatest potential is where you have very long-lived assets. As Vivian well knows, it's a lot harder to retrofit an existing building to be super energy efficient than to build a new building in that form or fashion. Similarly, if you're building a power plant that will last for 30 years, really thinking about a solar or wind plus storage solution up front buys you time. And so especially when we're talking about these especially long-lived assets, I do think those are the areas where this leapfrogging concept is of greatest value. And all of us could come up with plenty of examples throughout the energy sector where long-lived assets can profitably be thought of very differently today than 10 or 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so thank you. So I'll stick with you, Ryan, and ask a question about the continued decarbonization of electricity. So as you sort of laid out, in the near future, we can continue to decarbonize more wind, more solar, and that'll get us, maybe quite a bit of the way. But as we start to approach net zero emissions, those last emissions reductions could become harder to achieve. So what do you see as the key gaps in existing technology that really need to be addressed if we're going to get actually close to net zero emissions in the power sector?
Yeah, so let me riff on a slightly different question first, Ben, and then I'll get to your question as well. So the first thing that I think we need to acknowledge is that I think that there's oftentimes this perspective that it's harder to get new technology than to deploy existing technology. I think that's to some degree arguable. I mean, ultimately, we need to deploy wind and solar at much more rapid pace than we have historically. And the challenges of doing so in terms of maintaining reliability, ensuring that we have the institutions that enable new transmission, designing the planning and operating environment for the power system to efficiently integrate wind and solar without causing trouble, addressing with land use and policy and human challenges of scaling. So let me just accept that first. Yes, we have the 3 technologies that we need to reduce power sector carbon emissions by another 70 to 90% in wind, solar, and storage in the US, where we're very well endowed with those particular resources. Other countries are not as well endowed, let me be very clear. As well, that last 10%, or 20% or 30%, the studies differ as to where that break point hits, clearly needs another solution. All of us intuitively understand that relying on solar, wind, and short duration batteries, there are going to be plenty of times of the year where we're going to be left wanting for power if that's our ultimate solution. So we will need on-demand resources. In the near term, that may simply come from natural gas power plants that are run at very low, much lower duty cycles. But if we're really striving for net zero, we're going to need another set of technologies. Maybe that's very long duration storage. Maybe that's flexible small modular nuclear reactors. Maybe that's fossil generation with CCS that is run flexibly. Maybe that's hydrogen. Maybe it's hydrogen even run in existing, though retrofitted natural gas power plants. There's a variety of technologies there. None of them are at scale, but many of them could serve that last remaining 10, 20, 30% part of the picture. And clearly we're going to need to make progress on one, or ideally more than one, of those technology solutions to manage the remaining challenges both in the US and overseas, where in some countries, again, they're not as well endowed with wind and solar, and they may need to confront a different set of challenges with a different set of solutions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So one thing you mentioned there, Ryan, which really interested me, is this distinction between developing new technologies and then deploying existing ones. So I'm going to pivot back to Vivian in thinking about the building sector, where for many years those editions of the McKinsey cost curves have suggested that there are all of these mitigation opportunities in the building sector that essentially pay for themselves. So it might be better insulation or moving to CFLs or LED lighting. Yet, even though these technologies exist, for whatever reason, it seems like consumers don't always adopt them. So what do you see as the main challenges to deploying the existing technologies that are available in the building sector? And from a policy formulation perspective, what types of policies should we think about to accelerate the diffusion of these technologies?
A really good question. It's typically a capital problem, and a turnover problem. You don't buy a house boiler more than once every 25 to 50 years. You try to keep your home heating system running without replacing it for very long periods of time. And when you do replace it, it's usually a crisis moment where you'll take whatever's on the shelf, no matter what. So we do need codes and standards that make sure that the only thing that's on the shelf is a highly efficient electric system. We should not be essentially selling things that are no longer part of our future energy story. But we're probably going to have to subsidize. And there's 2 ways to subsidize. One is to make it a jobs bill, where you really actually say if deep efficiency is an employment opportunity, and it addresses inequity, and it improves our infrastructure as a nation. And the other is you do carbon trading. You put some sort of value on saving energy, because these are the cheapest investments with the greatest payback. And so the combination of standards, energy banks, jobs, and carbon trading, I think, will absolutely put buildings back in the forefront.
So then, Vijay, on a similar note, another class of technologies that has been available, but we don't see actually starting to be deployed very much, is carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And that's one where we actually have had federal policy to encourage people to start deploying it. So what do you see as the main barriers to scaling up carbon capture, utilization, and storage? And what are the applications where you think that it really should play a major role in decarbonization?
Yeah, that's a great question. If I could summarize what Vivian and Ryan have been saying to point, this is a scale challenge. It's a technology challenge. It's a policy challenge. It's an infrastructure challenge. And to answer your carbon capture question, there is technology. It requires infrastructure. It requires policies around the infrastructure, requires encouraging the investment, because again, as Ryan and Vivian have pointed out, the capital requirements for this are pretty intense. And then you have the challenge about the retrofit versus new. To Ryan's point, one additional thing I'll say on carbon capture to build off of what Ryan and Vivian said is, at some point, a negative carbon technology is likely going to be needed, and there's a lot of research going on in direct air capture, ourselves included, because direct air capture, of course, takes the CO2 out of the air. Now, as you know, concentrations in the air are much harder, so it needs different types of materials and different types of process engineering. But I think one of the things that's coming out of this panel loud and clear is that there is no singular solution. There's going to be, you need a long technology array. You need a large array of options. Those are going to be geographically dependent. They're going to be dependent upon infrastructure and policy as well. And in research, what we're focusing on is options. And what we're trying to do, Ben, is we're trying to accelerate the speed at which we can take options to scale. And I think that's one way to close this gap. There's no singular way to close the gap, but one way to close the gap is to get technologies off faster on, whether you use Ryan's words, with you're getting them on the experience curve, get them on the deployment curve, or in my world, which is how do you get them ready to be deployed faster. Both are going to have to be needed. And, these panels are very encouraging because we're having the right discussion. This is a discussion about inclusion, about including ideas and advancing ideas, rather than prematurely kind of picking a single idea, because there won't be a singular solution here.
Mm-hmm. So I guess I'll just sort of open up more generally on that same theme of policy approaches for trying to accelerate technology development and deployment. So, of course, there's this lingering question of whether in the United States we'll have some kind of carbon tax or an effective carbon price as is present in other regions in the world. So I'm curious, even if we did get to a point where we had a real federal climate policy like that covering the whole economy, what other policy instruments do you think would be needed to complement that? So, for example, there might be other market failures that need to be addressed around innovation, around consumer information. Vivian mentioned sort of capital requirements for investing in new technologies. So what other complementary policies do you think should really remain part of the US's approach to technology pathways to decarbonization as we move forward? So maybe Ryan, I'll start with you.
Well, I think that you hit a key one, Ben. Innovation policies, R&D, early deployment, getting through the valley of death, all those sorts of things are going to be really crucial. All of that said, I'm also, I don't know, that the concept that let's posit that we have an economy-wide carbon tax or cap and trade type policy. What other complementary policies do we need? I mean, that's a fine academic frame, but we've been talking about an economy-wide carbon price for a long time. I don't see a whole lot of evidence that Congress is going to take up an economy-wide carbon policy in the near term, at least as it relates to a carbon tax or cap and trade. And so to some extent, I would want to reframe your question about not positing that we have a carbon policy that is a tax or cap and trade. What complementary policies do we need? But perhaps instead, what other policies can serve the bill? If we don't have a comprehensive economy-wide price on carbon, what are the other things that we can employ in order to support this transition? May not be the optimal first best neoclassical economist set of options, but it may be the only practical set of options from a political and policy perspective. And if I were to riff on that for just a brief moment, I think it's pretty clear in the power sector that something like a clean energy standard is certainly one of the important arrows in the quiver, as it were we to try to progress down the continued decarbonization curve apace in the years ahead.
So at this point, I'm going to move into some of the great questions I'm seeing that have been submitted by our audience members. So the first question that I'd like to pose is a question about how to think about the life cycle emissions associated with supply chains for various technologies. So for example, mining some of the minerals that are used in new energy technologies, shipping these products around the world, or in Vivian's sector of buildings, how to think about the embedded emissions in building materials. So yeah, maybe VJ, do you want to maybe
I'd love to.
about how you think about that?
Ben, that is so critical that we have a system to be able to understand the full life cycle or the full CO2 footprint of an energy pathway. And while that sounds easy, it is actually, as you point out, quite complicated because we often talk about just one subsector of the entire pathway. And every piece has to be accounted for. And in fact, there's some outstanding work being done at places like MIT, where they are developing energy pathway life cycle tools. Ryan, you know that within the national labs, there's several energy pathway tools. And I think what we need to do is we need to really start speaking a common language when it comes to systems and measurements and start talking about the full life cycle assessment of an energy pathway, because that is the only true way to do it. And as engineers and scientists, which I think is what you largely have on this, certainly on this panel and probably in this room, it is also something that we can relate to. This is a material balance that you have to go from, whether you want to use well to wheel or cradle to grave or whatever phrase you want to use. But what that does is it not only allows you to understand the true carbon footprint of your options, but quite frankly, it informs some of the things that you've been talking about, which is where should we focus our innovation? What are the areas where we have technical solutions and it's a factor of deploying? Okay, that's one set. Where do we have a technology gap? And how do we drive innovation to close that energy gap? These tools, these life cycle assessment tools, can really drive that. We strongly believe in them. There's a lot of good work, like I said, going on at MIT and other places, and I think that can really underpin the research and the gap closure that we need to do. That's a great point.
Yeah, I'll jump in there because this is the cutting edge issue for the building, sort of zero energy building world. As soon as they realize the operational energy challenge of 70% reduction is doable, and 100% literally net energy by 2050, then they began to look at the embodied energy challenge. And there are a whole series of building products that are seriously part of the problem. I mean, concrete, steel, aluminum, insulation, plastics, and we use them with abandon. I mean, we literally, as a profession, we use them with abandon. And so carbon footprinting and actually carbon calculators are beginning to pop up in professional practices and certainly in academia all across the world as people try to get a handle on embodied carbon. And the building sector has the potential certainly to dramatically reduce embodied carbon in the building sector and maybe even to sequester some carbon.
Yeah, and if I could just add one thing, maybe not so much on the embodied carbon piece, which is obviously crucial now, but as we decarbonize more and more of the sectors of our economy, those embedded carbon emissions will automatically drop at some level. So it's a problem that at least if we maintain deep decarbonization, it will sort of solve itself. I don't mean that in a very remote kind of way, but in some ways that is true. There are plenty of other materials not related to carbon that we also need to worry about from a supply chain perspective, whether those are critical materials for batteries and wind turbines and solar panels, et cetera. So in addition to thinking about the embedded carbon emissions, really being thoughtful about supply chains, material constraints that might exist either due to physical limitations, institutional limitations, social limitations, et cetera, will also be really important.
So the next question I want to get to, I want to direct toward Ryan because it concerns electricity generation. So we got two separate questions, one about the future basically of nuclear power and the other about the future of biomass and biofuels. So I guess with nuclear power, the question is really about, we've been hearing about things like small modular reactors, research on nuclear fusion, these kinds of ideas for many years now, it seems. So from your perspective, what role might or should nuclear power play in the future of the electricity sector? And are the challenges fundamentally just it's very expensive? Or are there other reasons why you think that nuclear might have a difficult time playing a major role. So yeah, basically just about the future of nuclear power. And then I guess, yeah, while you're at it, also biomass. There are some visions of, combining biomass with carbon capture and storage to get basically negative emissions, controllable power. So what do you see about the future of, say, nuclear and biomass relative to the rapid expansion of solar and wind?
I think on the biomass side, which I'll address first because it's maybe slightly less controversial than the first one, if only slightly. I think on biomass within the power sector, certainly BECCS or biomass with CCS, so that you in effect have a negative emissions technology, does hold some promise. But ultimately, the biomass supply does have limits. And we may ultimately choose as a country, as a globe, to focus that available supply in harder to decarbonize sectors of the economy, whether that's bio-derived fuels used for ships and airplanes or in industry, remains to be seen. But I think that biomass it's a valuable and limited commodity within the context of decarbonization. And we have to be thoughtful about where within the broad energy ecosystem we have gaps where it can uniquely fill. And I'm not sure the power sector is that, with the exception maybe of BECCS, where you do benefit from a zero carbon source. On the nuclear front, I don't want to get into all of the safety and public health and just community concerns around nuclear. I do think that one of the big challenges is that if we're going to go big with solar and wind, what that means is that the remaining technology is going to be operated at relatively low utilization rates, right? We have to accept and acknowledge that wind and solar are suboptimal resources at some level. They deliver power at some times and not at others. And so we need technologies. They're not really baseload technologies, but are more flexible technologies. And so I think one of the challenges with respect to nuclear is that it has high capital costs and low operating costs. Whereas if you want a flexible technology, what you would really ideally prefer is one that has low capital costs and potentially higher operating costs, and therefore is more economical if used in a flexible mode.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ben, if I could just add one thing real quick, right? Because we spent a lot of time talking about power, which is electrons. And I think what Ryan pointed out when you mentioned biomass is the other thing that's needed for energy is a carbon-hydrogen bond. And so you need both. You need CH bonds and you need electrons. And the question really that you've been asking in various forms is, where are you going to get your electrons and where are you going to get your CH bonds? And it's going to be the integration of those two that I think is critical. So biomass obviously is a route, as Ryan points out, to get the CH bonds, to get the energy density you need for the harder to decarbonize areas. And the other thing that Ryan pointed out, which I think is really important, is these are not singular solutions. So there is now combinations. So biomass plus CCS to power. That's the other thing that we need to think about as we rethink about how we innovate and how we drive technologies. We have to look at the intersection of various sectors and various technologies.
So the next question is, I think, a very good high-level one about trying to use policy to purposefully accelerate technology transitions in energy. And that's in thinking about the costs, especially the costs that you might be imposing on consumers. So we talked a little bit earlier about, say, carbon prices versus more granular policies like subsidizing a particular technology. And at least economic theory tells us that some of these policy approaches can be quite expensive, even relative to using, say, a carbon tax or a broader instrument like that. So the question is really about, how do we accelerate technology transitions without imposing large costs on consumers? So whoever asked the question mentioned the specific example of potentially raising the cost of housing by requiring housing to be built with certain materials or technologies that might be more expensive. And then how do you trade that off against problems associated with housing inaffordability? So maybe Vivian, just because of that specific example, you could respond first, but really just in general thinking about the costs of these policies to accelerate the transition?
Well, let me just start a minute with the LED example that we talked about at the very beginning. LED lamps, the first time they came out, were like $10 a piece. And we were used to spending, 25 cents for an incandescent light bulb and the notion of spending $10 in LED. But actually, if you do the economics for the homeowner, you actually still make out buying the $10 LED lamp. But once we get to a point where it becomes actually standard practice, where we really actually have a market, the prices of LEDs are down pretty close to, not quite, but pretty close to the price of an old incandescent. So, I think the same was going to be true for the building sector. Right now, to get energy efficient homes built, because it's not standard practice, there are all kinds of cost premiums that are thrown at the buyer. They could be taken out of the profit of the developer, but somehow that never happens. It all just gets passed on to the home buyer. But ultimately, when these become standard practice, I don't think we'll see those cost differentials. We will just have better buildings. And even if there still are cost differentials, you, the buyer who plan to pay those energy bills for the next 10 years and have to replace those light bulbs, remember incandescent light bulbs, you would have to replace them 2 or 3 times a year. And now you've got, 15 years before you're replacing a light bulb. What a difference in the quality of our life. So I'm not completely convinced that the homeowner loses in this process.
I guess the one thing that I would say, Ben, is that, look, decarbonizing the energy ecosystem of the country and the globe, it's not easy. And I wouldn't argue that it's costless either. It imposes some costs. But let us not forget the costs that are imposed if we take no action at all. And so I think that it's standard practice for us energy geeks to think about, well, what's the payback of this LED light bulb? How much additional cost is imposed by going wind and solar and batteries versus cheap natural gas? And that's fine. We should pay attention to the costs. Costs matter, and they should continue to matter. But again, let us not forget the significant societal costs that will be imposed upon our country and the globe were we not to act.
Well, and I think what Vivian and you guys, you both you have to accelerate the experience curve. So you have to understand whether the experience curve is being driven by numbering it up, by making more of the same thing, or by making it bigger. And then trying to understand the technologies and the technology gaps and drive that. I'm biased towards technical, but getting the technologies on the map and the experience curve decline so that we can get to where we need to get to.
So a question for you, Vijay. So you mentioned, right, that some of this is a story about electricity and how we need electrons. But there are some sectors where electrification seems particularly challenging, and maybe where the answer isn't electrification with solar, wind, and storage, but other forms of energy delivered to the point of end use. So if we think about things like industry or maybe marine or marine transportation or aviation, things like that. So for some of these difficult to electrify and therefore difficult to decarbonize sectors, what do you see as the most promising solutions? We've already talked about carbon capture. There's also things like bioenergy or hydrogen. So what do you see as the most likely strategies in those sectors?
Yeah, I think it's, again, no singular strategy. I think you have to recognize that, as I said earlier, an electron and a CH bond, those are the things you need. And for some of these heavier to decarbonize sectors, what you really need is energy density, as you all know. And that comes from a liquid hydrocarbon. And so now the question is, how do you get the liquid hydrocarbon and how do you take the CO2 out of the liquid hydrocarbon? And so there's a couple of approaches that I'll postulate. One is a bio-forward approach, which again, I understand the challenges around the availability of the feed, et cetera, but a biomaterial will get you the carbon hydrogen bond, things like algae, other things that can be grown at scale can get you a biofuel. And then of course, there's the other side of the equation, which is the CO2 out of the air, which is the direct air capture or the natural sinks, which I think Vivian referenced earlier. So either of those can get you on the back end. So, Ben, I think it's a question of understanding the sector demands, what type of energy is required. So you have a demand array, understanding your technology array, what technologies can meet that demand, and then working the iteration between the two so that we can understand what's going on. And I think what you're going to find early on, as I pointed out in the slide where I showed the technologies that are behind the deployment rate, is we have technology gaps. And then let's bring it full circle and say that's where we need to direct our innovation. We need to close the gaps where the gaps are the biggest. And those are the ones that can be done through collaboration, through different mechanisms to inspire the innovation that's going to be required.
So my last question, just looking at the amount of time we have left, where I'd love to get a quick answer from each of our panelists. So, earlier this morning in this conference, Varun Rai and then Ben Sovacool presented some data on historical energy transitions, just showing how long they tend to be. So multiple decades, even century kind of timescales. So I guess the question is, are you optimistic or pessimistic that we can actually get to net zero emissions by 2050, and why? So Ryan?
Oh, darn it, I have to go first on this one.
No pressure.
I guess I'm optimistic that we could get, if not to net zero, at least close to net zero with scaling up many of the technologies we have today, and with very significant progress on a large number of other technologies, inclusive of some net negative technologies like direct air capture. I don't think that there's anything in history that tells us that a transition has to take a century. As I mentioned in my little opening remarks, in the power sector at least, we've reduced emissions more or less in half over a 15-year period. All of that said, it's also clear that the real world does not operate like an energy optimization model. And so looking at an AGU paper, looking at a Princeton paper that shows that an economy-wide optimization model can solve the problem is not the same as actually solving the problem. And so clearly there is going to be just an enormous amount of work on technology development, on building out these intersectoral linkages, on deploying technologies at scales in which they have never been deployed before. So could we do it? Yep, I think we could, but it's going to require an all hands on deck kind of situation.
Vivian?
Yeah, I think I'm also optimistic, but I'm only optimistic if we understand that demand has to go down. We cannot just assume that we're going to continue to cruise along at the demand rate and much less demand growth and meet it with better, more renewable energy sources. And I'm afraid that there's a lot of emphasis on the idea of if we can just come up with all the right sources, business as usual can continue. And in the demand reduction side, I mean, there's a really important message about using the right type of energy for the right outcome. I mean, we need electricity to run our computers. We don't need electricity necessarily to heat and cool. We can use geothermal energies to heat and cool. We can use natural energies. We can use night cooling to heat and cool. We can use daylight for lighting instead of electric light. I mean, there is so much that natural energies that we are totally underutilizing in our demand equation that we should be playing to the hilt, and maybe learning from the developing world who just didn't have the energy resources to displace them. But I'm very optimistic as long as demand gets a real push and a real commitment.
Yeah, look, real quick, I remain optimistic as well, but I'm also a realist. I think I'm optimistic because I think we can drive it with technology. I think we need to innovate. I think we need to collaborate in ways we haven't done before. But I'm realistic that this is a decades-long problem, and particularly if you think about globally. And I think we just have to be pragmatic in the scale and the capital and the time that's going to be required. What we need to do first is focus on technologies. That's the fork in the road. And we need to get the technologies on the pathway. And then we need to move as quickly and as expeditiously as we can.
So with that, I want to thank all three panelists for this fascinating discussion. And just make a couple quick announcements. So because there was a question about whether the slides from the presentations will be available, we will make those available at energyweek.utexas.edu after the conference is over. And now we'll have a 30-minute lunch break, followed at 1 p.m. by the next panel, which is on sustaining the transition, a new social contract. And that panel will be moderated by David Spence. So thanks again to all of our panelists. I really enjoyed the discussion.
It was great.
Thanks.
Super.
Okay, welcome everybody to our 1 o'clock panel. My name is David Spence. I'm a professor of energy law at the University of Texas. And we are continuing our discussion this afternoon of the energy transition with a panel that will dive into the aspects of the transition that sometimes don't get enough attention. We tend to hear a lot about the climate challenge itself and possible technical solutions to that challenge. Today, we're going to hear about socioeconomic and socio-political complexity associated with that task, and we've got a terrific panel of experts to help us talk through and understand these issues. And I thought I would introduce our panelists first, and I've asked each of them to make very brief remarks that will help kick off our discussion. So as they speak, please feel free to submit questions for the panelists using the Q&A button on your screen. I believe our first panelists, I think I'll introduce the panelists in the order that I expect them to speak. Jenny Stevens is the director of Northeastern University's School of Public Policy and Urban Affairs, and her research and other work focuses on social and political aspects of the renewable energy transformation. Bill Weil has devised and managed corporate sustainability programs for Google and Facebook, and currently is the executive director of Climate Voice, a nonprofit initiative that he launched in February 2020 that's focused on encouraging companies to go all in on the climate. And Clark Miller is a professor at the School for the Future of Innovation in Society at Arizona State University, whose work focuses on science, technology, and globalization, including, for our purposes, the social sustainability of these kinds of complex, large-scale technology transitions. So we're looking forward to some interesting presentations and a good back and forth. Jenny, I'm going to turn the floor over to you now.
Great. Well, thank you so much, David, and thanks for including me on this panel, and look forward to the discussion. Here are my slides. Yeah, so I recently, I've been working on climate energy issues for my whole career, so the past 20, 25 years. And what I've found is that, we haven't been as effective or as successful in accelerating the transition that we know is needed. And a part of that is very much related to the social and political aspects, not the technology, as David mentioned. So I think what we're going to talk about here today is quite a lot of these other aspects. And I recently wrote a book called Diversifying Power: Why We Need Anti-Racist Feminist Leadership on Climate and Energy. And as a woman working in the energy space, I have realized that diversity really does matter in terms of considering effective strategies for the changes that we need. And so this book it's not really an academic book. It's more of a call to action and inspiring kind of motivational book, giving people suggestions on how to get involved in kind of collective action. And so I think it's appropriate in this session, when we're talking about kind of a new social contract, to consider who's involved, how are we connecting with people, how are people connecting energy with other things that they wake up every day worried about, whether it be jobs and healthcare and food and education and housing. And that's kind of a different way to be thinking about energy and climate, by connecting it more explicitly with what people are worrying about. So if you go to the next slide. So what I talk about in the book is economic injustice and the widening income and wealth gap in the United States. And we don't always think about this as connected to the energy transition or connected to the climate crisis. But I think it's really central. And it's central because, as you can see here in this figure, over the past 4 decades, the concentration of wealth and power has just drastically shifted, with the top 1% having an even greater percentage of share of national income and share of national wealth, whereas the rest of folks are really going down in income and wealth. And this is pre-pandemic. In the past year, this has actually gotten worse. The billionaires have been profiting while most people are really struggling even more than they were before the pandemic. So we don't always think of this as related to the transition in energy, but it really is. And the reason it is because the top 1%, what some of us now call the polluter elite, have really been resisting the transformation. And aren't always aware of all the ways that the top 1% have been resisting the transition, but they have been. And we need to acknowledge that. And then we need to resist their resistance, right? To establish the changes that are needed. So the ways in the past 4 decades, the polluter elite really have been focusing on investing in misinformation campaign to deny climate science, to confuse us about whether or not fossil fuel burning is dangerous and whether it's connected to climate change and whether climate change is really a problem that we even need to worry about. They've also been investing in undermining our public trust in government. So all too often, and as we've seen in the United States over the past few years, that people don't really trust government, and that the government is there to protect our health, protect the public good. And that has also been a strategy. And also there have been investments to minimize worker protections and worker rights in corporate culture in the United States. 40 years ago, people were proud of, a lot of corporations were proud of how they treated their workers. Whereas now there's been a shift in culture, and really shareholder interests are prioritized, and many corporations just minimize how much they have to support or provide for their workers. So that's really a shift. And it's these efforts are really central to why we've been so ineffective over the past few decades in the transformation that we need in our energy system. So next slide. So what I propose is that we think about energy in a new way. Instead of thinking about the climate crisis as something separate from everything else and disconnected and kind of in isolation and kind of a scientific problem that needs a technical fix. Really think when we're in that lens, thinking about climate change in that way, we're missing opportunities for improving the human condition and improving the priorities that we have for what people really need. So an alternative way to think about the transformation is to think about this lens of energy democracy. And that is about really redistributing power, literally and figuratively. So if we acknowledge we're moving away from a fossil fuel dominant energy system to a more renewable based energy system, we can think of that as a way to restructure and reorganize society, right? Because renewables are very different than fossil fuels. And there's opportunities, almost every community in the world and in the country has access to renewable energy that's free and perpetual and abundant and available. So that's why it's so revolutionary to think about a heterogeneous mix of renewable resources that could be locally or regionally owned, and there could be different kinds of and different scales of organizations profiting, not just centralized multinational energy companies, which really has the potential, if we invest in a different way with renewable energy, to invest in people and communities and base those investments on social justice and human dignity, and leverage the urgency about climate change for why we need these big investments in our energy system, and have a lot of co-benefits that have nothing to do with climate, that really can change the way our society functions. Next slide. So in my book, I talk about anti-racist feminist leadership. And what I mean by that is leadership that recognizes the power dynamics and the structural systems in our society that have privileged some folks over others and really disadvantaged whole groups of people, whether it be women, people of color, people of different sexual or religious orientations. And anti-racist feminist leadership is leadership that is based on distributing wealth and power rather than concentrating it, and focused on reducing inequities and disparities by centering economic justice and racial justice and social justice. So for me, this kind of leadership is represented by the Squad, who are these 4 junior congresswomen who came on the national stage just in the past 2.5 years. And they really changed the conversation about climate and energy because they connected explicitly to jobs and economic justice. They connected to the housing crisis and all the investments in housing that are desperately needed in this country. They connected it to racial justice and criminal justice reform as well. And by linking problems together and not thinking about problems in isolation, we're able to kind of envision a path forward for more transformative changes that we really need. And this is in kind of the antithesis of conventional patriarchal leadership, which has dominated our country. And it really is about that kind of leadership is intentionally excluding people. If you look at the photograph here on the left, it's literally all white men. And that's very intentional, right? It's trying to continue a certain kind of power of who has power and who doesn't have power, who has privilege and who doesn't have privilege. And it exacerbates inequities and disparities. And it's to enable to sustain the status quo. It's also really about denying the systemic problems, denying that there's climate change, denying that we have an economic crisis, denying that there's structural racism. And that approach of just denying problems is not effective, and it's not a way to engage and connect with people for a sustained new social contract. So next slide. One of the things that I think we can all think about innovative ways to connect our work on energy and energy transformation with other issues, and not solely focus on energy, and connect with jobs and economic justice, connect with health and well-being and nutritious food, connect with transportation and transit equity issues, connect with housing and educational justice. And when we're able to do that, and within my book, I elevate the stories of lots of innovative, creative leaders who are really making that happen through very innovative ways to connect these issues. We are able to expand our engagement and sustain a real deeper connection with folks, so that we can think about bigger picture changes that people will be on board with because they're benefits for everybody. And this is really a really important piece of thinking about the inclusivity here. So just very quickly here, a couple of the leaders that I elevate in the book are Jackie Patterson of NAACP's Environmental and Climate Justice Program. And she and her team have done really amazing work pointing out how the fossil fuel industry in particular has manipulated a lot of Black communities to get consent for additional fossil fuel infrastructure, even when those same communities then are disproportionately impacted negatively in terms of health consequences of those fossil fuel infrastructure. And Jasmine Banks of Uncoke My Campus is another leader who has really been inspirational in terms of revealing how fossil fuel interests have been influencing our higher education landscape, and as another form of kind of resisting some of the transformations that we know need to happen. Next slide. So I'll end here with some provocative things, just in terms of suggesting how we can all get involved and leverage our collective power for this larger transformation. And while some of this may seem radical to some people, Mary Robinson, the former president of Ireland, who's an international leader in climate and energy justice, she has pointed out that if we just focus on what people need, kind of people's first approach, rather than kind of getting distorted into kind of corporate interests over what people and communities actually need, we know that we have been underinvesting in our infrastructure, in our communities, in our people, and jobs for people to have prosperous and healthy lives. So we need to kind of connect our energy transformation work with these larger issues and connect also with thinking about inclusion and diversity and how what we don't want are energy policies that further exacerbate inequities and disparities. And we have an opportunity with the transformation ahead of us to really reprioritize and invest in those families and communities and households and regions of the country that have been underinvested in for too long. And I'll end there just by honoring Shirley Chisholm, who is the first Black woman to run for president in 1972. And she had some really important ideas that didn't quite make it in terms of becoming president at that time, and we have come closer. We're still not there in terms of thinking about representation and who has the power and control in this country, but there's a lot of opportunities ahead, and I welcome the discussion to connect that with the conversation here about energy transformation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jenny. Bill, you're up next.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for having me. Delighted to be here, Jenny. Thanks for that. That was awesome. I've got a few slides, so if we can put those up. And this really gets to some of the same points that Jenny made, but coming at it from a slightly different angle. We know we need to move really quickly to act on climate. The IPCC has shown that we need to cut emissions in half in the next decade and to net zero by 2050. And net negative beyond that. And that's going to require everything: individual action, behavior change, innovation, investment, and especially public policy to drive the entire market rapidly in the right direction. And we have broad public bipartisan agreement that government should be doing more on climate, that we need public policies. And the question is, why don't we have the policies we need? And Jenny made this point. I'm going to make it slightly differently. Public policy is about power and influence. And for the last couple of decades, when it comes to climate and energy policy, there's been a massive imbalance in power and influence, represented by this chessboard with the lonely, relatively weak pawn facing the massive forces on the other side. We don't have the political agreement we need, even if we have public agreement. So why not? So on the next slide, I've cited one study that has shown that fossil fuel interests outspent pro-climate advocates by a factor of 10 to 1 in lobbying on climate in the US from 2000 to 2016. We're not talking small amounts of money. According to the studies, the fossil fuel industry spent about $2 billion, billion with a B, lobbying on climate in that period. Almost all of it pushing to delay, deflect, weaken, or stop useful climate policy. And as Jenny said, beyond lobbying, they've engaged in a multi-decade misinformation, or really one could call it disinformation, intentionally misleading campaign to deny the science and deflect responsibility. So that really is the source of the problem. The question is, what can we do about it? And there's actually more to the problem than that. Going to the next slide, Influence Map has been scoring how companies use their influence on political influence on climate. And their data is really interesting. Their analysis shows quite clearly how the massive influence of the fossil fuel industry has been mostly used to drive delay and inaction. And this chart, so just to explain, the horizontal axis shows where companies are on climate. Are they supportive of climate action? Do they acknowledge the science? Are they trying to stop climate action or denying the science on the left? And then the vertical axis is how engaged are they? Are they really engaged very vigorously with policy to influence the outcome up at the top, or not very engaged at all down at the bottom? And it's not shown on this chart, but a number of major trade associations also show up on the top left in their analysis. So top left is vigorously trying to preserve the status quo. Top right would be vigorously trying to create a just transition to the zero carbon world we need. Most companies, other than the fossil fuel companies, are on the bottom right. My former employers, Google and Facebook, most companies that are widely viewed as sustainable and as leading on climate action are on the bottom right. They support climate action. They don't lobby very hard on it. So going to the last slide, the next slide, this chart highlights tech companies along with some of the fossil fuel companies and a couple of others. And the imbalance in political power and influence is clear. If we want a durable transition, we need to change that. And NGOs and the public are pushing hard in the US, mostly the Democratic Party, or at least some people in it have been pushing for real meaningful policy. The Republican Party has aligned very strongly with the agenda that's being pushed by the fossil fuel industry, which is delay, inaction, or very weak action. And I would argue that right now our biggest problem is really about getting this transition started and accelerating it, and building then the political power to make it durable. And we don't have that political power. Part of that is what Jenny was talking about, I think, in terms of a much broader coalition and centered around people and empowering people. Our focus at Climate Voice is on getting major companies like the big tech companies to step up and advocate for the kind of bold, equitable policy that we need. And to Jenny's point, we need them to be real allies with the others who are fighting for this kind of action, not just exercise their own power for their own good, but use it to bolster the efforts of women, people of color, others who have been historically marginalized and disempowered in this system. So let me stop there and I'll turn it back to Dave.
Thanks very much, Bill. Clark is no longer stuck in traffic and is here. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Clark.
Thanks very much, David. And it's great to be here, and apologies for the delay in showing up. I have a couple of slides too, if we could put those up. So I want to talk briefly about the findings of the most recent National Academy's committee report on decarbonizing the U.S. energy sector. And if you could move forward on the slide. You know, what the committee said, and I won't belabor this point, it's one that we've all been working from this morning, and I think all of us are working towards, and that is that decarbonization of the U.S. energy system by 2050 is both feasible and affordable for the United States, but it is a nonetheless massive undertaking that will require not just changing out technological systems, but really fundamentally reforming how the U.S. economy works across some fairly substantial sectors of the economy, large parts of the American workforce, and in certain ways, at any rate, all of us as individuals across the United States rethinking our relationship with day-to-day energy practices as well as larger energy systems. And so if you could move forward, David, one of the key findings of the committee And this committee was distinct in that it has had a strong social science imprint and participation in the committee's work, which is really the first time that the academies have done that on the future of the U.S. energy system. And so one of the pieces of that, but I will also say that this was a unanimous conclusion of the committee at large, is that if we're going to make this transformation of our infrastructures, of our economy at the pace and scale that need to happen in order to achieve decarbonization by 2050, we need to do that in a way that brings the American public along substantially, and therefore that is grounded in a robust social contract, really between the energy sector, between the public sector, and the public at large. So David, if you could advance. Our view is ultimately that creating that kind of a strong social contract as the basis for ensuring public commitment to and engagement in the work of decarbonization is really the responsibility of everyone. This is not something that local governments can do by themselves. It's not something that the federal government can do by itself. It's not something that companies can do by themselves, but it will really require everyone who is a participant in the energy sector to be engaged systematically with the public and to take actions that strengthen public support for a long-term U.S. decarbonization strategy. And so we make a number of recommendations. And so David, if you could advance to the next slide, those recommendations fall in several categories. This is an extremely high-level summary, but I've given you a link at the bottom, which is to a 4-page synthesis. If you want the 4-page version, the highlights version of our policy agenda for a just transition, we call it. But you're also welcome to read the 50-page chapter as well. But we see 4 significant areas of work that have to happen in order to ensure this social contract. So we need to create a set of national standards, analyses, forms of communication that allow us to measure transition impacts and to provide that information as early as we can to communities and workforces that are going to be involved in this transition. We need to be able to turn around and provide long-term support for these communities and these workforces in making the transition. We need to establish programs that will redress a variety of different forms of historical injustices that are embedded in the energy sector in the way that it has historically impacted communities of color, indigenous communities, low-income communities, and other disadvantaged communities. And finally, we make a number of recommendations about how the federal government can act to improve local, state, tribal, and regional planning so that federal investments and federal actions in support of decarbonization support and enhance the ability of local communities who are already leading in a number of different ways. And so with that, David, if you could go to the last slide. Thank you. I appreciate that the chance to be here today, and I'm happy to have a conversation with all of you.
Thanks very much, Clark. I have a bunch of questions myself, but I want to make sure we leave time for the audience questions to come in. So let me just ask one big question, and because I haven't had enough time to formulate it, it'll probably be a little bit rambling, but I want to get everybody's response to this question. So to a large extent, there was some agreement among the speakers about where we need to go and how, and to some extent, how we need to get there. a lot of the places we need to go are, objectives, but sort of translating them into concrete actions and pathways to get there is the sort of the hard part. And Jenny, you said that we really need to focus on a more integrated approach where we think about what people need from the energy system and more generally from the economy. And I guess I took your framing of the problem to be less hopeful about the possible contributions that the corporate sector could make than Bill's and Clark's framing of the problem. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's sort of the way it came to me. And so I guess I'd like to ask everybody, so to what extent do you think the private sector, can be helpful in achieving a just transition along the lines defined in Jenny's presentation? And to what extent do you think they need to be present and helpful if we're going to get there? And why don't we take it up in the order that we spoke in the first place? I mentioned you're the most, Jenny, so let you go first. And I'm going to step away quickly to deal with my dog who's making a lot of noise in the background.
Okay, so I think the question is about private sector, public sector, the role of different, of both potentially. So, I make a call for big public investments in that are needed, and I think, and that public investments are often where, as we're seeing right now being proposed, right, that where linkages and kind of integrated approach can be put forward because there can be alignment with national public investments, with local and state and municipal investments. So I think there's a big role for public investments. I guess just to say that, and I think that's what Bill is also talking about. The private sector, one of the roles the private sector could have is lobbying for those public policy and public investments, right? And the critical importance of that. Another role for private sector, obviously, is to get involved in socially responsible ways in the transformation, right? And when the vision that I put forward of energy democracy with, distributed heterogeneous mix of renewable energy potentially, right, throughout the country, throughout the world, there could be all kinds of different private sector organizations involved there, right? And I think when the concerns that I raised about concentration of wealth and power and the billionaires, kind of, this extreme wealth, is really not good for society at large, right? So I think there's also needs to be some balance with policy to keep private sector activities in check a little bit, right? And so that private sector and the billionaires don't control everything, right? And so there needs to be a balance, and I think we've gotten a little out of balance between private and public. So there's obviously a huge role for private sector in so many ways, and there's also ways to think about organizations that we conventionally think about private sector, corporate, in new ways with more worker-owned cooperatives or other kinds of community-owned or community cooperatives. So there's some innovations in the private sector that can also happen that can help us move to a better place and better policies and not as much of the widespread disparate inequities that are really ultimately not good for our society as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think that in my work, we're focused on that imbalance of political power to a large extent, and the big companies today have through direct ownership and control of many things, through the wealth inequities, have an enormous amount of influence and control, but also through their political influence, which comes from political contributions. It comes from other ways they curry favor with policymakers, choosing where to locate a facility. And, by choosing to locate in a district, the representative there or the governor of that state may feel beholden to them. I think we definitely need public investment. We also, to do what we need to do around climate, it's going to be trillions of dollars that, 2 years ago, you might have said, there's no way the government will ever spend trillions. Okay, now these days we throw around trillions, relatively without quite so much disbelief. But even so, I think the amount of investment that will be required to really make the transition we need to make, an enormous amount of that has to be private sector. The key to my mind is what are the standards that are put in place by the government that direct that investment into things that create the low carbon, more equitable society and infrastructure that we need, as opposed to allowing business as usual to continue. And then the key point that I'm trying to make is that companies have a role in our policymaking process. And today they mostly exercise it in their own self-interest. So the fossil fuel companies are very active in shaping the policies that affect them. And that, I would argue, is to the detriment of almost all of us. Other companies, because they don't see those energy and climate related policies as affecting them so directly, mostly sit on the sidelines. And there's an opportunity and I think a need for those other companies to step up as allies for all of the, the broad coalition of people who are trying to shift the system and help counter the very negative voice of the entrenched special interests.
Thanks, Bill. Clark?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think it's a great question, and I certainly don't disagree with Jenny and Bill about the either the significant role that the public sector has to play, or that the private sector also has to play a critical role. I would point out that we talk about these things as if there is a private sector and a public sector, and they're totally distinct from each other, and they operate, one is a space of rules and the other is a space of unfettered competition and ruleless behavior. Especially in the energy sector, nothing could be further from the truth. The energy sector is a hybrid space through and through. It is completely hybrid. Every facet of the energy sector has been co-designed by private sector entities and public sector actors. We have the only major place in American capitalism where regulated monopolies continue to operate as major entities in our economy. And that has always been a historical reflection of the fundamental centrality of energy to the work of a modern economy. And I think we have to demand. And by the way, the banking sector is an integral part of that. We talk about the banking sector as if it's a separate sector from the oil sector and the coal sector, and they're not. It's a single integrated entity, however the legal arrangement of the organizations plays out. Our banking sector and our infrastructure sector are not independent entities. They're entirely integrated together. And so I think what we have to do is, one, make sure that we're holding everybody fully accountable for the design of those hybridities, for the ways that we're mixing public sector principles and private sector principles together, because we know that the design of those hybridities generates outcomes. It generates the kind of concentrations of wealth that Jenny was talking about when we design them in certain kinds of ways. And it designs where those concentrations of wealth occur. We could build a fundamentally decentralized solar-based energy system in the United States, and if we still allow a handful of companies in China to manufacture all of the solar panels, we will be concentrating enormous amounts of wealth in the hands of those few companies, right? So all of this is designed. We talk about market design, we talk about regulatory design, it's all design. And we need to be paying very careful attention to how we make those designs so that the outcomes that we get are outcomes that are more just, more equitable, less concentrated than the ones that we have had in the past.
So this is a question that's come in on the Q&A, but I'm going to paraphrase it or rephrase it a little bit. So given the power inequities that you've described and the fact that we've got this status quo set of designs out there that are sort of pushing us toward the outcomes we have now, it sort of suggests to me that what we need is something to construct something new or to reconstruct something that's really durable. And what are the prospects for doing that, given the electoral cycles that we have in this country? We have congressional elections every 2 years and a presidential election every 4 years. In recent transitions between presidents and parties, we've seen lots of wild flip-flopping back and forth on policy. How do we build that kind of long-term, durable transition that I think all three of you are saying we need? And I'll leave, whoever wants to speak first is okay with me, although I guess I need to call out people for mic muting and so forth. Bill, why don't you go first?
Sure. I think it's hard. Our political system is not, especially where it has ended up, is not conducive these days to consensus building or, durability of decisions. That said, you look at healthcare, and Obama made major strides in healthcare. We could probably spend days debating, was it enough? Was it too much? Whatever. But massive changes in our healthcare system that, for all of the noise over the last 4 years, really mostly didn't get undone. And I think one of the reasons for that is that people saw the benefits. People who didn't have insurance got insurance. And there are lots of people that still don't have the healthcare they need, but many people saw real benefits, and it was hard to take it away. And I think one of the ways you create durable change is by making changes that provide real, tangible, visible value to people, and making sure it is visible to them, talking about it. Not just doing some technocratic thing that will solve this problem that most people don't feel is affecting them maybe directly, but doing it in a way that really provides value to them that they can see. And I think that, honestly, what I've seen coming out of the new administration so far, I think they are really taking that to heart. Whether they'll succeed or not, I don't know, but we have an opportunity, in the next 12 to 15 months before we're in the depths of the next congressional election cycle to make some major change on Capitol Hill. And if that shows value to people, it's going to be very hard to undo.
Yeah, I would add that, a transition or transformation isn't linear, right? It's not that we just have to stay steady and I think we need infusions of activity that then is, the whole thing about a transformation is once you start moving, you can't go back. There's no going back, right? So we've already started. We need to accelerate. And I think what's most important is to, as Bill just mentioned, demonstrate the benefits to people, right? Like that's at the core. Things have gotten so divisive, partly because of reliance on fossil fuels, and then the fossil fuel sector's influence over politics and even cultural associations, right, that we have. And if we had been able earlier on to invest in those communities that were reliant on fossil fuel industry for basic economic prosperity, and if we were able to support those communities without that reliance, right? Like free people up and I mean, if you look back even to each of our recent elections, right? A lot of the most controversial things come down to our reliance on fossil fuels. We need to acknowledge that we need all hands on deck commitment to moving away from fossil fuel reliance, right? That it needs to be accepted. And the way we can do that is to help those who are reliant on fossil fuel jobs provide other jobs and other livelihoods, right? And we have not been effective in doing that. So people are hanging on to those jobs because if that's the only job you've got, that's a good job. So I think we really need to acknowledge that and make a society-wide commitment to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and support people in positive ways so that isn't a hardship for folks. It could be a cleaner, better, even more well-paying job if we structure it in that way. So there's a lot of potential here and that's what, again, this vision of energy democracy is acknowledging that we need to move away from fossil fuels toward a renewable-based future. And how we do that and what investments we make and how we actually make families bring greater prosperity, greater health to families and households and communities through that transformation. And that's the opportunity before us. But it's hard because we've had so much resistance and so many of us don't even believe that that's possible, but it's totally possible. And we see that in other places.
Clark, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just add one piece. I mean, I think the point that Jenny was just making is exactly the point that we tried to make in the Academy's report, and I hope we'll be able to build on in the next report that will come out next year. But I also want to highlight something that I heard recently that I think is actually true and that I think can help with some of this, and that is that if we succeed in creating a carbon neutral energy system for the US by 2050, and I agree, I see enormous progress in that direction happening in the energy sector and in the public sector both, and I think we will actually do it. But whatever system we get in 2050 that's carbon neutral, it's not likely to be the system that we have in 2100. And there's a bunch of reasons for that. But I think it goes to something that is important here, and that is we're very used to a particular structure of how we produce and consume energy that has been with us for a century, in some cases a century and a half now. And that stability, I think, has been extremely important to the kind of economic and frankly military success of the United States over the last 120 years, if you can call it success. Now that we're staring a variety of things in the face that are maybe not so successful, but you know, I think that we probably ought to aim for a more dynamic energy system going forward, one which allows, one which basically encourages an ongoing reflection about how we're doing energy so that we can constantly be altering it and addressing issues that arise. I think the energy sector is always going to be so big that it's always going to have questions that we need to be asking about it in terms of, is this just, is that just? You know, are there better ways to do this, ways we can create better outcomes for different kinds of communities? And we ought to have the capacity built into the way we do energy to be able to do that on an ongoing basis. And I think a lot of the stability that we've seen for the past 100 years has allowed the power of incumbency to grow, has allowed concentration to grow, has allowed energy to become invisible in our policy and political discourses, so that we haven't really thought about it in the past. So I think we need to be think a little more dynamically about what energy looks like in the future.
So let me try to integrate a few questions that have come in and also throw in a spin of my own. So it sounds like everybody on the panel, there's a lot of overlap in sort of in the advice you're giving. We want to think outside the box. We want to think about new models and paradigms. We also want to think critically about how we get from A to B. And so some of the questions that are coming in are asking about, give me the specifics. And I secretly in my head, I'm hoping that these are UT students who are, really critical thinkers about an energy transition. They understand, they understand both the sort of electric side, oil and gas side, and they understand the environmental side and the economic side, and they understand the social side as well. At least I think they do. And so we're getting questions like tell me specifically what policies would make for a more open and democratic and just transition. How do we recognize that there's some risk in pushing in particular directions? So let me give you some concrete examples to sort of give you a sense of what I'm thinking of. So it looks like a distributed energy system is more expensive than a centralized energy system. It costs roughly 4 times as much to build distributed solar panels on people's roofs than to build a utility scale solar system. An all renewables system would be a lot bigger, maybe 3-4 times bigger than the current electric grid. And it would involve having a lot of stuff that isn't used very often, but still has to be paid for by somebody. So these kinds of questions, how do we get specific about this stuff and make sure we think critically? Because politicians, if they're the ones that have to enact this stuff, they're risk averse. They're going to be thinking about these risks before. They don't want to be blamed for something going wrong. We just had a big outage here in Texas, and a lot of people were, doing this in terms of whose fault it was. And so, can you help us think more specifically about how to get to these places you think we ought to go? Who wants to go first?
So I'm happy to say, I'm happy to just summarize very quickly and say, one place you can go is the Academy's report. The final chapter of that report is a 60-page list of direct policy recommendations to Congress, many of which concern precisely these kinds of things. I also want to highlight one thing that we're beginning to untangle in some recent research that various folks have been doing, and that is that it's a little bit of a myth to talk about renewable resources being more expensive. So it is true, if you ask how much does it cost to lay down a bunch of solar panels on people's roofs versus, and you do it one by one where you have the marketing costs to get each individual household signed up and so forth, and you include those, and versus a utility scale power plant, it isn't 4 to 1, but it might be 2.5 to 1. But if you account for all of the costs of building out the transmission system to get out to that utility scale power plant, what we're finding is that across the grid as a whole, it's actually a lot more comparable. And there are things that you can do in the distributed space, including buying in bulk and planning for large scale distributed deployment that can significantly reduce the cost as well. And so it probably isn't, if you really took distributed seriously, much difference in terms of the cost between those two options. So I think that what we're going to find is that a lot of the kind of conventional thinking about what makes electricity grids work is based on what you find out when you try to make tweaks to that system to add distributed or renewables, and not what it really costs to actually run a complete system differently. And there's no question that regardless of what we do, we're going to have to pay for the transition itself. And so we need to figure out where that money is going to come from. But I also think we just need to unleash creativity within the system. And that's where I'm really actually quite excited about what's happening in the energy sector, is that we've seen the banks and we've seen the electric utilities of all kinds, public, private, munis, etc., wrap their heads around the fact that they can't operate the grid 20 years from now the way they're operating it today, and begin to think much more creatively about what it's going to take to do this work in the future and how we're going to get from here to there.
Yeah, I would just add to that, exactly what Clark said about the traditional questions to ask are not actually that helpful in terms of, especially thinking about like, oh, the costs of this versus that. And I think because the benefits are not easily compared, because we're talking about and so many of the costs of our current system we aren't accounting for either. So I would encourage kind of thinking about things in a more, again, when you think about it in a more integrated way, it's not distributed versus central. It's actually both, right? We're going to have, it's not either or, it's a combination and a heterogeneous mix. And their benefits and redundancies and resilience to the system of having that heterogeneity, right? And I think, in terms of specific policies and specific actions, if you think about what we don't want is what we've seen with some of the early solar incentives, for example, in renewable energy policy at the state level. A lot of states offered rebates and strong incentives for folks to put solar on the roof. But those went to well-off households, right? Single family homes. And it excluded a lot of people. And so when we do that kind of policy, we're actually perpetuating inequities and disparities, because we're giving some folks the new clean green technology and we're not giving it to others. We actually want the opposite. We want our investments in the new technologies. We want it to be an opportunity to invest in the families and households and communities that have been underinvested in for so long. And so that's where one example of something to be optimistic about, my colleague and friend, Shalonda Baker, who was a professor at Northeastern, she is now the Deputy Director for Energy Justice in the Department of Energy. And she is charged with following through on the commitment that the Biden-Harris campaign made about 40% of investments are to go to frontline communities that have been marginalized historically. And so if we think about that, how can we make those investments, and what is the impact that can have so many positives that are, beyond the decarbonization benefit, right? And I think that's where the real power and exciting creativity that Clark was talking about is really inspiring.
Bill, sorry, we only have about less than 2 minutes.
So I would say two things. One, all the questions about should the grid be designed this way or that way, what are the costs, they're important. That's why I think the right place for policy to start is with standards, and then let the grid operators, the utilities, the state level regulators then get into the details of how they're going to do it well. I also would just point out, it's not just the electricity grid, it's buildings, it's transportation, the entire transportation system. And those are, structurally quite different in terms of the who holds power and so on. And then the last thing I would say is the task ahead right now for all of us is to do everything we can to get meaningful, bold, equitable policy passed at the national level. And we're not going to agree on exactly what it should look like. I think the thing we all have to do is be a little bit humble and step back and admit that whatever our idea is of the perfect policy isn't what will actually be enacted. Policy is never perfect. The other side has a much easier job. Their job is just to say, fight it out and don't get anything done. We need to actually compromise and do something meaningful. And I think that's really doable. And the people who are in power right now in Washington, I think are absolutely pushing in the right direction.
Thank you very much for that. And if we were all live, this would be the point at which I would invite everyone to applaud. So they're going to have to applaud at home for the speakers donating their time today to produce such an interesting discussion. We really appreciate it. And it looks like we're going to continue a lot of these same themes in the next panel, which is called Community Transitions, Enabling a Deep Change. So I imagine this conversation will continue over the course of the afternoon. Thanks again for being here, and I'm going to turn it over to our next moderator, Stephen.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be with you. Thanks for joining us for today's conversation, Community Transitions Enabling a Deep Change. I'm Stephen Pedigo. I'm the faculty director at the LBJ Urban Lab at the LBJ School of Public Affairs at UT Austin. I'm excited to be with you for today for the next hour or so, talking about the energy transition and its impact. Some of the questions that we'll consider in today's conversation: what's the regulatory environment needed to guide our transition? What are potential employment impacts? How will communities be impacted economically? What support's needed to ensure that we're having innovation around this change and mitigating for some of the impacts? And how should we consider equity as we're moving towards a transition? We are joined today with three outstanding guests, all super smart and well-informed on the topic, and it's going to be a great hour's worth of conversation because they're all going to bring a different perspective to today's conversation. So let's do this. We'll start with some quick introductions, and then I've asked the panelists to provide a quick opening and statement, and then we'll jump into a discussion. So our first panelist is Mi-Jing Qian, is an associate professor at Occidental College and a fellow at Cornell University's Worker Institute. She researches and writes about climate and environmental justice. She is on the board of Center for Race and Poverty and Environment, Good Girls and Welcome Ideas. Mi-Jing, thanks for joining us for today's conversation. It's great to have you. Our second panelist is Julia Haggerty. Julia is an associate professor of geography at the Department of Earth Sciences at Montana State University. She teaches courses on human geography, energy resources, and rural economic geography. Her Resources and Community Research Group has a broad portfolio of research projects on governance experiences around research peripherals, and she co-directs the Energy Impacts Research Collaborative Network, an international cross-disciplinary social science coordination and exchange. So Julia, it's great to have you as well. Thanks for joining us. And then our final panelist is a fellow Texan, Dana Harmon. Dana is the executive director of the Texas Energy Poverty Research Institute. She has 13 years of leadership and management in the energy and consumer space. Prior to leading TEPRI, she was providing sort of strategic and operational responsibility for providing insights around startups for the oil and gas industry, and has an engineering background, and will be bringing lots of insights to the conversation as well. So Mi-Jing, Julia, and Dana, it's great to have you, and thanks for joining us today for today's conversation. So as I mentioned, what we'll do is I'd like to start with the panelists providing a quick opening statement about this topic. Each of them bring a very different perspective to our conversation. And we've asked them to sort of frame their conversation around outlining, what is the environment that's needed to provide a transition? What are the opportunities, and potentially what are some of the potential impacts that we could experience as we're thinking through the transition? Mi-Jing, we'll start with you first. Mi-Jing, you're muted, my friend.
Sorry
There
about that. Thank you so much. My name is Mijin Cha, and I appreciate the promotion, but I'm actually an assistant professor at Occidental, but hopefully someday will be associate. And I just want to talk, very briefly about some ways that I think about energy transitions and how to frame them. So the first question that I really think about is, what are we transitioning into? When we talk about the low carbon, transition and energy transition, it's beyond just the energy transition, right? And as we think about what are we transitioning into, I think that naturally brings up questions about what kind of jobs are we creating, how will workers be impacted as we transition away from fossil fuels, and then how will communities be impacted that are dependent upon fossil fuel extraction and use for their revenue. And I think this also brings up another issue and what about people who have been excluded from the fossil fuel economy, right? As we transition into a low carbon future, it cannot be that we're just focused on fossil fuel workers and communities. We could really think of, as Manuel Pastor says, a colleague of mine, as we transition, a just transition is a transition to justice. So that's why things like, labor standards, for instance, or what the quality of jobs that we are creating, the access of the jobs that we are creating, these things are equity concerns, as we call them, are really important as we transition away from using fossil fuels. The second point that that I think about then is that the power part about when we think about transition. So part of the reason why we should include things like labor standards and equity concerns is that we need to build a broad-based coalition so that we can build the power to actually pass the climate policies that will result in an energy transition. Right. So there's a technical aspect of the energy transition, as we switch fossil fuels, into renewable energy, but we actually need policy. We need a really healthy, robust policy arena and environment where we can actually push ambitious policies that will then result in an energy transition. And in order to push those policies, we need to think about power and how we build power and how we build power on the ground to then, have that ground up support we need to push these ambitious policies. So the last point that I'll say, just to wrap up so we can have a robust conversation, is just, when we think about the opportunities, I really think now is a time when, equity concerns, for instance, are really becoming more and more prevalent when we talk about climate discussions. We've really largely moved away from this technocratic approach to climate change and really thinking of the socioeconomic concerns of climate change. And that to me is a huge opportunity. For years, we've really struggled to have issues like race and class be integrated into climate policy. But now I think this idea of climate justice has really taken forefront. We're moving away from climate advocacy to climate justice advocacy. And that to me opens up a lot of opportunities and possibilities for these broad-based coalitions that we need to really build a just low carbon future.
Thanks so much for that. Julia.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for those great comments, Mijin. So my perspective really operates in two spheres, and I'll just make a comment from each of those perspectives. One comes from my role helping to report on some of the social science dimensions of deep decarbonization in a recent National Academies report, and also in my role as convener of a research network. I have a little bit of a broad view of the landscape. And one of the things we really emphasize in the Academy's report, coming from that broad view, is just to remember that when we think about the full realm of vulnerable groups in the context of an energy transition, it goes well beyond what we see often in the media. So while workers and while coal mining communities are really important, one of the things we do in the report is really think about all the different kinds of vulnerable groups. And in addition to that, I think we want to also recognize that the loss of jobs and revenue, which are very important, interlock with a whole set of dimensions of well-being at both the individual and the community scale. So it's not just your lost job, it's your psychosocial identity associated with your occupation. It's not just lost revenue, it's lost capacity to keep the library open and the things that flow from that. So those are just a few examples. And I think we're really at an exciting moment in kind of the academic scholarship where we have lots of really fabulous scholars who are beginning to tackle understanding these vulnerabilities from their different disciplinary perspectives and putting them in a shared dialogue around transition. And that's one of the great things that sort of the transition discussion does for us, is create all these intersections. At the same time, I do still think we're far away from a comprehensive vulnerability assessment. And so there's lots of work to do and lots of policy that can support that. And then secondly, I'll just mention from my perspective, living in a resource periphery and working with communities and economies that are peripheral to kind of the core economy, I really see two sets of issues that sometimes those who are very forward thinking about climate transition struggle to reconcile. And that is that direct replacement for jobs and revenue is not on the table in these places. The spatial and temporal dislocation is very real. And so to constantly be pushing these communities to think about their next place in, the clean energy economy, I think does a little bit of a disservice. And we really need to think about what is this social contract with, from those of us who have benefited from the resources in those places, to keeping those places whole, even if they don't have a role as an exporter of energy in a clean energy kind of future. And then also in those spaces, I see real challenges with just recognizing, as Meejin said, that power is everywhere. And so there are some risks as we pay attention to those places. We really also want to keep aware that power operates within communities, it operates within regions, and there's risk of industry capture and elites kind of controlling transition dialogues in ways that can reproduce, and potentially exacerbate existing inequalities. So that's something we also really want to pay attention to.
Great, thank you. We'll come back to many of the points that each of you are bringing up, but this is terrific. Dana, would you like to provide some initial thoughts?
Sure, happy to. Thank you so much for having me. I love UT's Energy Week, and it's always such an honor to be able to participate in these discussions. And I do agree largely with what my colleagues Meejin and Julia have said so far. At the Texas Energy Poverty Research Institute, we do tend to take a bit of a different approach where we're largely looking at residential energy consumption and its effects on the quality of life for vulnerable communities. I like to begin with UN Sustainable Development Goals. Goal number 7, as I'm sure many folks in this audience are aware, is affordable and clean energy for all. And, I love their quote that energy is central to nearly every major challenge and opportunity that the world faces today, be it for jobs, as we've discussed, security, climate change, food production, or increasing incomes. Access to energy for all is essential. And so as we're moving away from an energy supply that's dominated by fossil fuels to a more diverse fuel base, it's critical, as has been mentioned by my colleagues, to ensure that the transition is just and that all communities have equitable access to affordable and clean energy. I think the reality is that we've seen that past transitions have maintained exploitative social dynamics that have really, kind of proven or ensured that low-income communities and communities of color continue to be placed at social, economic, and health disadvantages. And if equity is not centered in our current transition, then there's potential to continue those exploitative practices. Really that can only be achieved by building a culture of inclusion, by collaborating to tackle complex problems that impact all communities, and by giving communities a voice to define and create solutions for the problems that are affecting them. Since about 2016, here at TEPRI, we've studied energy insecurity in Texas. And really that means the inability to adequately meet basic household energy needs. So we're an independent research institute with a mission to inspire lasting energy solutions for low-income communities. And, we believe it's our responsibility to provide evidence-based research to help inform solution development, solutions to energy insecurity, equitable access to resources, and ultimately an equitable energy transition. I must say here at the outset that the compounding effects, the compounding crises of really the last year, from the pandemic to the winter storm and the blackouts here in Texas, really demonstrated time and time again the disproportionate impacts. People without access to resources have a harder time weathering shocks like those that we experienced, whether it's increasing energy costs, which we have to be very mindful of in this transition, or extreme weather events like Winter Storm Uri January here several weeks ago, or Hurricane Harvey previously here in Texas. So we really must find ways to address the disproportionate social impacts in our energy system planning, and make sure that we center those communities that are most vulnerable to its impacts. I know we have a lot more to talk about, so I'll pause there for now, but I look forward to this discussion.
Yeah, no, this is great. I think a lot of each of you have helped frame an issue around narrative, regulatory environment, the way we think about equity and inclusion at the center of this conversation, and then obviously thinking about impacts as well as just opportunity as well. I want to start by building off all of your statements and go back to this question about the regulatory environment, particularly as we talk about equity and power, which is something that is really important as we're talking about really thinking about how to frame this issue from an inclusivity standpoint. As we consider the transition, broadly speaking, and anybody can jump in on this, what do you see as the type of regulatory environment that's needed to facilitate the transition that you're all describing? Throwing it up, it's a jump ball for the group.
I can start with one thing that we have in my own research group looked at is just the necessity of consistent and clear policy when it comes to what energy standards are. The absence of clarity and the conflictual environment between different state policies that exists is a real problem for spurring the kind of motivation to address transition at the community level. That's not to say it shouldn't be coupled carefully with programs to mitigate impacts, but the fractured environment has been really quite painful and exacerbated a lot of problems in the resource periphery kind of places that we work.
Okay. Other thoughts, Mijing?
I would, definitely echo what Julia is saying. And I also think, we need to move away from the deregulatory past that we've had, right? I think that we're noticing that, markets don't necessarily, especially for when we think about delivering equity, right? Markets are not great at delivering equity. So I think we need a robust, strong regulatory process. But more than that, I think we also need enforcement, right? Like, I think we have actually a pretty good regulatory system. It's just that so much of it is not enforced. That I think instead of thinking about, new regulations that we need, if we just enforced our existing regulations, I actually think we'd have a much stronger economy and be much farther along in climate policy.
Dana, how do you see this playing out in Texas?
Interesting question, and certainly an interesting place to be doing this work. So I agree with Julia's remarks earlier about the need for really kind of defining equity metrics and defining what equity means, and making sure that we have data and access to data, and that we agree upon the framework by which we measure what energy equity is and means. And I would say that broadly we need a regulatory environment that recognizes the need for community participation in rulemaking and solution development processes. And we borrow from the work of the Movement Strategy Center that fosters democratic participation and equity through community-driven decision-making, really kind of bridging that divide between community and governance. And Texas is such an interesting place to do this work. The diversity of the Texas retail electric market makes it a really interesting test bed in some cases to really explore the range of solution that can alleviate, chronic energy insecurity, which is a lot of our work, and really test different models related to the energy transition. And the reality is, here in Texas, about 58% of residential accounts are served by the state's competitive electricity market, with the remaining customers being served by municipally owned utilities or electric cooperatives. And so here, in terms of the context in which we work, we'd like to make sure that we are focusing on solutions that can work in each of those contexts.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So as we sort of think about roles, right? Sort of roles of the private sector, roles of the public sector, and maybe even universities, as we're thinking through this transition, how do each of you sort of see the roles of sort of the public, the private, and even sort of the academy in helping to push this transition forward? Mi-Jing, maybe we'll start with you.
Sure. I actually think that I'm not a big fan of the private sector, I'll just say. I think that the public sector has a very strong role to play because, a lot of the things that we need are better done by the federal government. Like, for instance, from the basic of like wage replacements, healthcare, insurance continuity, those are already public programs. So expanding those and ensuring that there's, equal access. And then, as we think about, as Julia mentioned, diversifying these economies, we're not going to have a one-to-one replacement, right? So when you think about seeding new industries and the time it takes for those industries to then take off, that is really more appropriate for the public sector to be able to absorb those financial losses as we think about long-term planning. It's something that can't be done on like a quarterly basis, with the need for quarterly returns. So I actually think there's a really strong role for the public sector. And there's also a role for the private sector, I'm sure. But yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay. Anybody want to jump in and outline maybe the role for the private sector? Any thoughts on that?
I'll jump in with a few thoughts there. So it is quite interesting because I absolutely agree. There is the opportunity for federal programs, state and local programs, and again, coming from kind of the residential energy consumption perspective, those programs are incredibly important in terms of utility bill assistance, in terms of weatherization, energy efficiency programs, access to solar, and have an incredibly important role to play. But I'd also just like to acknowledge that there are some interesting models that are coming out of the private sector, some of which we're, organizations like ours and other research institutes are involved in, really trying to say, okay, how can we work within the construct of the market and design solutions, such as, for example, community impact solar solutions that can directly deliver benefits in the form of, in one example, of energy stipends to communities who help really design the model in the way that it works. And so I do think there are opportunities for innovations like those that are coming from the private sector. But I also, not to be too cliched with this one, but I think that there's the opportunity for the public-private partnerships and also a role for philanthropy to come in and play an important role in kind of seeding those and investing in those ideas that look like they have the opportunity to scale at large.
Yeah.
So I'll pause there.
No, that's great. Julia, any thoughts, additions to either of the comments made earlier?
Well, I think those are all great comments. And certainly we're looking to sort of find some balance between individual entrepreneurship and private entrepreneurship in rural economies and the role for publicly supported services at a variety of scales. I think one of the things that Mi-Jing touched on that's so important is just recognizing that we need patient capital and patient investments. And one of the policy recommendations in the National Academies report is a transition corporation, which is an independent federally chartered corporation that gets away from the annual appropriations model that has been so challenging with the Power Act and other attempts to create sort of a federal safety net around transition, because when those have to be negotiated every year in congressional appropriations, the communities on the other end who stand to benefit from them really can struggle. And then just to speak to what role universities can play, I'm sure that, I think I already commented the need that we have to sort of study and understand vulnerability. But another thing that I think is profoundly important is that we educate people about energy systems, and that should be empowering. I'm teaching energy resources right now, and Dana, my students just did an exercise using the Montana LEAP data and it blows their mind to see, household energy burdens. And this is not widely taught, beyond maybe engineering classes. And I think even isn't still in sort of climate focused curricula, is just really understanding how the energy system works and how citizens, whoever they are connected to it. And so empowering decision-making at the local level about things like community solar really also, necessitates a certain level of literacy that hopefully public universities like mine can get better at that and really build it into our curriculum.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Just as a reminder to those that are watching, if you've got questions for the panelists, you can actually submit questions to us as well using the button that's at the top right near of your screen and at the viewer link. So please do send us questions. We are going to open it up for audience questions, and we'd love to get your take on these issues as well. Dana, you were going to add on to Julia's comment before I jumped in there.
I was, and I apologize for disrupting the flow here. But Julia, you mentioned something that I did want to touch on. Actually, two points that I wanted to touch on there. Firstly, I wholeheartedly agree with you about kind of raising awareness with students about energy burdens, energy equity, what this means. I think there's a huge opportunity in our university systems and in our K through 12 schools in those regards. And I'm always really blown away by the impact of students in this work, and the idea that people doing this work can go take this with them in their future careers where they might take them. The other point that I wanted to come back to that I failed to mention earlier, really about the impact of the scholarly work in universities in this space. And that is that I think it's incredibly important, as the one non-academic on this panel, sometimes we see our work at the Institute as sometimes being the bridge from the world of academia to, real world test case scenarios, and really helping to take models and frameworks that are coming out of the literature and try to apply them on the ground. And then create feedback loops, about what's working. And I think that's an incredibly important part of the thought leadership and the scholarship in this role. So I did want to acknowledge the role of academia in that space. I agree there.
Mm-hmm. So Mijin, going back to your comments around the role of of government to the public and the private sector, a question from the audience that came up was just a little bit more on your justification for why you see government as being the best solution for ensuring this transition. Provide us a bit more insight there, maybe.
Sure. I think that, that there's maybe like a million ways that this answer could go. But what I would say is that, if we think about the moment that we're in with, coming out of the global pandemic and the economic, likely economic recession that will come, and this moment that we have about, record levels of inequality, we could think back to the New Deal, for instance. I think that we could build upon the New Deal, but when we have these transformative moments, it's not really the private sector that leads these transformations, right? It's really public spending, public infrastructure, widespread public programs that really then provide the conditions necessary for these transformations. We could think about the vaccine rollout, right? Like that's all through government's programs and government support that we are able to do this widespread nationwide vaccine rollouts. There's obviously inequities and things that can be improved for sure. But when we think about what needs to be done on a nationwide scale, I just think it's hard for me to understand or to picture it in a way that would be market-based, that wouldn't result in like Silicon Valley having the best energy systems and the rest of and Kern County having none, right? Like if we think about it from that perspective.
Mm-hmm. So Dana, just to continue to build off this, another question from the audience, and then we'll move on to talk about opportunities and impacts. And it's getting to the point of public-private partnerships. You mentioned some interesting public and private partnerships that were starting to emerge in this space. And the question from the audience is, what are some of the successful attributes or that are making some of these partnerships have potential between the public and the private?
That's a good question. And I think some of what the momentum and the projects that we're working on in some cases, starting with, for example, cities' climate planning processes and looking at kind of the goals of those processes and what opportunities are there to access public funding to help achieve those goals. But then importantly, I think there are opportunities to, ask communities what they want in terms of what the transition should look like, which in some cases takes the form of market research, right? It looks a lot like, trying to understand what it is that consumers are looking for. And what we've seen is that if we can, go to, for example, solar developers and saying, hey, look, we're seeing this demand, these funding opportunities, and we've got the support of the local government because we're trying to achieve these goals, you can start to kind of align and put these puzzle pieces together in a way that, results in what I'll call, for a lack of a better term, an energy impact project that, may not be necessarily the full solution, but ideally those types of projects that can scale and don't require, necessarily constant subsidization or constant funding, but can start to scale on their own. And so, I talk about these concepts. These things aren't happening widely out there in the market. I don't mean to paint with rose-colored glasses, but I do think think that the potential's out there, and we're starting to see some traction and momentum.
Great. So again, if you've got questions, feel free to continue to submit those. We'll go through those as they're coming in. It's great to have your thoughts and questions as we're going through this discussion with our panelists today. I do want to move on now to talk about opportunities. We'll talk about impacts and challenges, but let's talk about the opportunities, particularly opportunities for this transition that it maybe creates around employment, innovation, the impact for climate, other things. I'd love to talk about the positives before we talk about some of the challenges. So maybe, Julie, we'll start with you. Opportunities that you see with the transition in terms of obviously employment, innovation, all those types of things that I just went through.
Well, I might be a tricky one to comment on this because it's not really at the forefront of my research. But having been looking at some national studies, clearly the promise is that the net number of jobs will improve. And the question is what kinds of jobs those will be, where they are, what kinds of what quality of jobs they are, and a lot of that has to do with policy decisions that are being made. So I tend to be brutally honest, I think, when it comes to sort of promising that there are lots of opportunities. The obvious other opportunity is that in remote landscapes that have historically been tied to industries that come with a lot of public health costs, both for workers and for the environment, there is an opportunity for a cleaner future. That doesn't mean it doesn't come with costs, for individual households and incomes and things like that. But to look to a future where people are participating in generating energy and distributing energy in ways that don't create the kinds of health risks we live in now, of course, that's a profound opportunity that is really, can't be overstated.
Mijing, what about you? You obviously spend time thinking about impacts and maybe opportunities. Thoughts on this question about what are some of the opportunities a transition creates?
I think, Julia's point about making, diversifying away from these polluting industries is really important. We really do have an opportunity to recreate not just our energy system, but kind of how our equities, how equity has been addressed in these spaces. And I think, the fact that we're having this conversation even, I feel like is a good step forward. And the fact that, Dana's work is so important that we are actually understanding that there are social and economic consequences to what has largely been seen as a technical and scientific issue. I think, that provides opportunity for us to kind of have more holistic solutions and more of a holistic approach to these challenges that are not just based on the actual energy source.
Can I just jump in and say one thing, which is that from one of the things that we really try to emphasize is that the need for legacy remediation is actually a huge economic opportunity, and one that we risk squandering if we don't enforce and pay attention to. As Mijin said earlier, we have good policy in place to ensure remediation. We just have to choose to implement it. And if we do that systematically at the local, state, and federal level, the opportunities for individual workers are actually, again, not one for one, but they're much better than they would be if we fail to do that. And so the future landscape looks quite different in resource peripheries if we address remediation, if we don't. And in the best case scenario, it really is, a significant improvement in the landscape.
I ask this question because if you think about even the way the president is rolling out his impact around energy transition, it's very much around an economic development perspective, right? The idea of job creation, the idea that there's going to create opportunities for innovation and those sorts. And so, I think a lot of communities, and maybe even just sort of, from the local mayor to the city official, is trying to say to themselves, well, what are the yes, there's obviously the impacts. We got to mitigate the impacts of a transition, but what are the opportunities for the economic development opportunities have to also be communicated to the public as well. Dana, do you have thoughts on that question or that perspective?
I do, and really kind of building off of both what Mijin and Julia have kind of already set up for us. I think it's in so many ways, I think Mijin said we really need to look at this holistically, right? And we need to think about it's opportunity for economic development. We clean up our environment. It's a public health concern in many cases. It's an opportunity to invest in housing, and I think we need to kind of look at it from that broad perspective, and think about. And I'm just going to go back to the winter storm here because it's still top of mind for many of us here in Texas. But really, even just looking, take the example of investing in our housing stock in vulnerable communities in the state of Texas. And had we properly invested in weatherization and energy efficiency of that housing stock, we would have not only lowered the peak demand required during that storm, but we would have helped keep people more comfortable in their homes, not only during that storm, but year round, which also reduces energy cost burdens, which puts resources effectively back in the hands of people who need those access to resources for other things. And so I think, when we think about looking at the energy transition, I think we also have the opportunity to reduce energy cost burdens, which is effectively an economic development tool. I think I would argue, even if it's not straight from the jobs perspective. I do think there are, there's several important groups doing work talking about the number of jobs in the advanced energy economy and what that looks like. I agree with Julia's point, though. Those aren't necessarily a one-for-one. And so we've got to make sure that we think about how do we make sure that communities who may not be participating in the energy transition from a workforce standpoint or a career development standpoint may have those opportunities in the future. And then finally, I'd just like to kind of going back to the kind of holistic view on this topic. We're having some really interesting conversations with folks in our network about really how might we use investments in the energy transition, investments in again, basic stuff like weatherization, as to reduce public health costs, and very effectively. How might healthcare systems or insurance systems invest in some of the preventative measures that we know cause heat or cold related health effects, or asthma, et cetera. And so how might we just kind of like broaden our perspective a bit? So in terms of opportunities, I think there is major opportunity to look, as Mijin said, more holistically at this, at the whole system, and how the benefits flow.
Great. We're going to continue to have your questions coming in. There's some great ones coming in, and we will have a time where we actually just dive right into audience questions. But do want to keep going and talk about the issue of challenges. And one of the questions that came up from the audience is the definition of how we're defining equity. We're talking about an equitable approach and why equity matters. And I think so. Maybe before we step into talking about the challenges, we should probably go back and let's just address that question. And so, Mijin, maybe we start with you. Equity focused. What does that mean to you? And then we'll just kind of go around the room and pick up the conversation from there.
I think that's such an important question because I think often we are in these rooms where everyone talks about equity and we don't really mean the same thing. So when I think about equity, I think about, really censoring the most marginalized and vulnerable communities. It could be racial justice, economic justice, gender justice, and then understanding kind of what it means to kind of expand out from there. So instead of making decisions kind of top down, you're really starting from the bottom up so that, when we're going to communities that will lose their, extraction sites or whatever, the people that are directly impacted by those decisions will be the ones that will be making the decision. So equity means that, we don't just have these like broad sweeping, decisions and policies, but in fact, understanding more place-based needs and, understanding that people who are directly impacted are centered in decision making.
Okay, great. I love that. Julia, thoughts on that question?
I think that's a great definition. So I'm not going to take more time to talk about that. Thank you.
Okay. Dana, any other thoughts?
I do. I agree with Mijin's definition, but I'll also offer, just as we're thinking about kind of the framework, we tend to think of equity. I mentioned equity metrics earlier, and really how we're evaluating equitable energy access or energy equity. And so we tend to think of kind of three main buckets regarding access and just making sure that the benefits and the burdens are evenly distributed across housing types, neighborhood resources, program design, financial circumstances. The second bucket, we really think about inclusion, as Bijan was just mentioning, meaning meaningful representation in decision-making processes, policy decisions, rate making, and resource planning. And then finally, a very real effort to account for unjust legacies of the past in order to maintain an equitable future. And that spans workforce development, health impacts, and the effects of climate change. And so all of that is additive, but just to kind of continue the discussion.
Mm-hmm. So talking about the challenges of the transition, I want to go back. We've talked about from an equity standpoint, employment, there's transition challenges that maybe come with even upskilling, maybe the innovation that's going to be needed to do this, the policy, the governance, the community engagement processes. Anyone want to give thoughts on some of the broad challenges that we could face as we start to walk our way towards this transition? Maybe Minjin, we'll start with you and kind of go around the room again.
I think, as everyone has stated, I don't think any of us think it's easy, right? I think that there will be lots of challenges. And I think, some of them I think are easily addressable. For instance, I think we could decarbonize pretty substantially with existing technology, for instance. And I think, what also I would point out the challenge is that a lot of this will take, some really deep organizing and advocacy, and that takes time and resources. And those are things that often get short shrifted. So I think one of the challenges for me is that, we need to be doing this now, starting now, so that in let's say 10 years, we actually have transition plans in place and we're able to transition communities, and we're just not at that place yet.
Mm-hmm. Speaking to that point about starting now, how do you get buy-in from community members though? What's the process? So we've talked about inclusive process, engaged process. How do we, not only as scholars are in the space, but also just practitioners on the ground, how do we start to build that real engaged, inclusive process that's really, frankly, authentic? Because that plays a role into this as well.
I actually think Dana would be great at this question.
Okay, anybody? Dana?
No, I'm happy to offer our thoughts. And I think, to borrow your word there, Stephen, I think authentic is key. And really starting very early in planning processes, all the way back to, kind of even problem definition in terms of what problem are we trying to solve with a given program, structure, policy, et cetera. And I think it's incredibly important that communities are involved in both the planning, the problem definition, the design, and the process the full way through. Which also, I think, going back to what Bijan said just a moment ago, has to do with making sure that communities are adequately resourced to organize and to collect thoughts, and that have fair compensation for participation in these processes. And we recognize, the lifestyle or life choices that how can we structure meetings and participatory processes in a way that works for the communities themselves? I think it's an important piece.
So we're talking about resources to ensure this process is authentic, inclusive. Where do those resources come from? How do we think about generating those resources? Is it philanthropic? Is it government? Where do those resources come from? Thoughts?
I think it's all of the above. I don't know any reason why it wouldn't be kind of multi-scalar in that way. And I would emphasize that when it comes to the electricity system, some of these resources can be built into rate cases and in important ways, so that places that are trying to get out of their fossil electricity generating facilities as quickly as possible can, build into that funding to support transition planning in other places. So it seems like there are different sort of nodes of expertise that exist, certainly in the climate justice philanthropy community. I think understands very well the kind of work necessary. Well, I shouldn't say that they understand very well, but I assume they understand very well the kind of work that's necessary to build capacity locally. And then there should be those other sorts of funds that come from those entities that have benefited from the existing energy system. One thing I do want to mention, just coming from a rural resource periphery standpoint, and I'll be interested to hear about what it's like in other communities, but capacity is not only about skills and time, it's literally about bodies. There's a great study from the University of Minnesota that there is 4 times more demand on every rural adult than there is in an urban area if you take the number of volunteer jobs that exist in that community. So one of the things I'm really excited about is some version of a climate corps that would provide some actual woman and manpower out in communities for extended period of time and authentic relationships to take up some of that slack, because that we can want to empower grassroots level organizations as much as we can, but there will be actual shortages that exist. And that's something I think we need to take really seriously when we call for an enormous, comprehensive, multi-scalar kind of planning approach.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else want to add on to Julia's comments about impacts? If not, we can move on. So one of the things that, Mi-Jing, you mentioned this in your earlier, sort of your opening comments, was the reframing of this conversation around climate justice. And I'm just curious, has that, is that benefits to that and maybe even challenges to that in terms of the way of reframing the narrative around this, around climate justice, has that been beneficial, or has that also prevented maybe some challenges as well? Anyone want to take a stab? Maybe we'll start with you, Mi-Jing, since it was part of your opening thoughts.
I think that it's more accurate, right? Like what we're trying to really move towards is climate justice. And I think then you, again, broaden the base away from these technocratic, really narrow solutions to more that are more holistic. Like we are really trying to build a more just future. So I think that the climate justice framing is more accurate and also brings more people in, which then helps you build more power to, that you need to pass these policies.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyone else want to add to that? Other thoughts? So we've got some. Julia?
I don't want to shut down any audience questions. I think it's interesting. I guess the only concern I have about a climate justice framing is that I think one of the real benefits of being forced to encounter the electricity system is just to recognize how in many places deregulation and the resulting kind of power structure has worked against consumers, as well as, particular sectors that participate, or places that participate in the electricity system. And there's, I believe, a risk of recreating that even in, a climate friendly kind of electricity regime. And so I'm sure Mi-Jing agrees with me that to the extent that we can also just talk about the political economy and use this as an opportunity to talk about the political economy is important. And I don't know what the word is there, but I think sometimes we can think climate and get sort of focused on the climate science and planetary health and recognize, fail to recognize that the way the economy is structured is really profoundly important in here, regardless of kind of what the greenhouse gas footprint is of our energy use.
Mm-hmm. Very good. So let's go to some audience questions. We've got some interesting ones that have been submitted, and if you've got other questions, feel free to send them in. So one of the questions that, sort of broadly speaking, and any of you can take this, was just wanting us to talk about the implications for agriculture as we talk about the energy transition. Does anybody have thoughts on that?
I mean, I feel like I should take this because I'm from Montana, but I'm not an expert on kind of what cost replacement looks like if we're talking about electrifying, particular fleets and those kinds of costs that might occur in agriculture. But I think that the importance of agriculture as a potential source of places where we can get some really beneficial emissions reductions is something that always has to be kept part of this dialogue. And sometimes we live in a world where we kind of separate out the technocratic energy grid from greenhouse gas sinks, and sort of ensuring that, again, we develop an economic system around rewarding sequestration that is equitable and just, is, one way I would start to ask questions about that.
Anyone else want to add to that? Other thoughts? So another comment that came in for the group was talking about best practices through the energy transition, maybe across the state, across the country, or maybe even Frank Backman, global best practices that could be applied to the state of Texas. Any thoughts on any best practices that we should be looking to and saying, these are great ideas, they're working in this community, maybe we should think about exporting them or trying them in other places? Anyone have any thoughts on some really good case studies, examples for us? Dane, I'm sure that you guys are thinking about that as you're doing your on the ground work.
Yes. So in terms of best practices, it's very interesting because I still feel like with regard to the energy transition, I would still say that we're in a mode of learning what's working and learning as we go. So as I mentioned, some of the work we're doing with regard to community impact solar models, there are a few best practices that I might put forward that feel like they're emerging there. The first involving community participation, community-based problem definition and solution development from the beginning, I think is quite critical. There's another piece of that is, when we talk about again, our work is largely focused on equitable energy access, and this is a bit less on the kind of jobs and economic development pieces we discussed earlier, but really thinking through what are the existing barriers to access? What are the things that are preventing people from participating in models that are existing now? Things, in our cases like access to capital, access to financing, home ownership, and those types of barriers. And how can we get creative about how we might circumvent those barriers? And the models to put forward models that may or may not work. I think another best practice that I may put forward, and I see a lot of philanthropy kind of investing in this concept, is really connecting communities and organizations that are doing cool stuff out there and sort of supporting people learning from one another. I know some of the work coming out of UT and others has shown, pockets of kind of innovation that are emerging. And I think there's really powerful things that can happen when you provide, in some cases, we're talking about community capacity building earlier, but backbone support to kind of connect those networks and provide opportunities to learn from each other. So I think those three maybe I'll put forward with regard to community engagement, acknowledging and getting creative about how we access address barriers, and then capacity building and building networks.
So we've got, so Julie, Dana, thanks for that. We've got a great question from one of our LBJ students, actually. So I'm excited to ask this question, who's joining us today. This person says that they're less interested in writing policy and more interested in the implementation of policy. And so if we could imagine that a bill like the Green New Deal would pass, in what institution would we start with sort of this idea of how to actually implement policy? Any thoughts or takes on that question?
Well, I can start by just referring your student to, there's a really great report and interactive policy table with the National Academy study that does propose a number of new institutions that are necessary at the federal level. That's really where the report is focused, but it also describes how state and local entities could be involved in that. And some of the critical new institutions have some analogs in what's been emerging in the Biden administration, but that includes, for example, a National Transition Task Force whose responsibility it would be to kickstart things like a vulnerability assessment, a national vulnerability assessment, determining what equity metrics should be used across agencies when it comes to thinking about program implementation. And then something that I think many of us from the social sciences on that report are really enthusiastic about is the idea of regional hubs and state offices that can coordinate to kind of work to translate kind of local visions into aggregate scenarios that then can receive resources and funding. And none of those things really exist in a meaningful way right now. Certainly there are some states and municipalities that are doing some really interesting work, but as a kind of national landscape, it's very uneven. So those are some of the things that just a few of the institutions, so there's literally, I can't remember, 200 policy recommendations in that report, and you can filter them by different things like communities and workers. So I would start there.
Okay, great. Any other thoughts on that? Or I think Julie nailed that question. That was terrific. So we're near the end, and so I want to go back to some of the questions that we had talked about in our preparation for this panel, and it was about sort of what makes us hopeful about this transition, and then sort of maybe what keeps us up at night. And so maybe we'll end with each of you, just as you sort of gave an opening statement, maybe sort of provide some concluding marks about, what makes you really hopeful about this transition, and then what are some things that are concerning to you and kind of keeps you up at night. And maybe we'll start, Dana, we'll start with you on this one, perhaps.
Okay.
Go the opposite direction.
Thank you. So in terms of what makes me hopeful, when I started doing this work here with TEPRI back in 2016, and, in most of the circles in which we were operating, people weren't really thinking about energy and equity issues. When we would talk about those two topics together, we'd get kind of these quizzical looks, and, we kind of had to fight hard to get folks' attention. Now I think in our society at large, I believe that there is a real recognition for the need for equity, diversity, and inclusion across so many sectors. Being that energy is kind of fundamental to the fabric of our society, I think it's really encouraging, and it makes me hopeful to see the work of folks like being done by the folks on this panel and many other convenings, and thinking that it'll help. In terms of what is kind of keeping me up at night in this regard, this stuff is complicated. It's hard, even in this, our short 50 minutes together. We've talked about so many different topics in such a short span, from residential energy consumption to jobs and economic development to participatory processes. And there's a lot to it. And so I do, worry about how might we, as we've discussed, support our communities with the resources required to actively participate in all of these topics. And then finally, I think there's this other part of me that, really yearns for, and I think we're heading in the right direction, but the ability to have, informed and nuanced conversations without going straight into our corners about, what the solutions are, because, oftentimes the right answer is kind of somewhere in the middle. And so being able to have conversations like this one, I think is a really a good thing. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that. Julia, thoughts on closing thoughts on things that are hopeful, but also maybe keep you up at night as well.
Well, I'd echo what Dana said, just this, amazing kind of collision of social moments around real attention to racial and social justice and climate as urgent priorities. And I have no idea who's in the audience, but I'm guessing there's some students that are required to be here. And I just feel so inspired and hopeful by how much students are eager to pursue solutions with these kind of requirements, that the solutions be equitable and just, that I don't have to explain that to my students. They come, mostly to it with real understanding and appreciation of that. And, I think from my perspective, this is a really exciting moment to rethink and examine core periphery relationships and what those have looked like historically, and particularly for Indigenous communities that are place-based, really using this as a moment to pivot to new relationships to the economy is a tremendous opportunity. It's also a huge risk that they won't be able to rewrite those terms. And so sometimes I worry about the pace that people demand. Climate existential threat sometimes seems to be in conflict with kind of community existential threat. And so that's a real one concern that keeps me up at night.
Yeah, I'm actually, like you, I'm very much inspired by my students who are community focused and equity focused. It gives you real hope for the future, right? And all of the things that we do. So very much agree with you there. Mijing, you get the last comment, my friend.
Well, thank you again. This has been so wonderful to spend this time, and I appreciate all the comments. And I think similarly that the fact that we talk about equity and energy and that it should be a requirement, I think is very hopeful. I think, we have a federal administration that seems to at least understand the scale and scope of the problem. So, we seem to be moving away from technocratic and more holistic solutions. I guess what keeps me up at night is that, even though it is, we could say that it is the most ambitious that we've ever seen, it's still not enough, right? Like, we really have 10 years to decarbonize. And it seems like we're always, forced into these trade-offs where it's either, we do this or we do that versus like, can we do everything? And we kind of need to do everything. And so I guess I worry a little bit that, we're not really able to kind of get the engine going so that we can really, start to address these problems in a really systematic way. But I think, of course, the beginning is to have these conversations. So I really appreciate them.
Yeah. Eugene, Julia, and Dana, thanks for today's conversation. We really appreciate your insights. And it's been great getting to know you and your perspective on these issues. Just two quick announcements for those that are attending the conference. The Longhorn Energy Club's student research poster competition is today at 5 o'clock. You can gain access to that by going to energyweek.utexas.edu, and there's a link at the upper right-hand quadrant that you can click on that will get you there to the panel, the poster competition. And then finally, tomorrow's conference will pick up again at 9:30 with the first session, getting their energy leadership in unprecedented times. So again, thank you to our panelists. Thanks to everyone who's joined us for today's sessions. And have a great evening, everyone. Cheers.